Chapter 4364. Shan Xiang was very curious about what a life providence was and what kind of state it was in. He didn't feel it himself. Could it be a soul endowment? Shan Xiang thought of his own soul endowment. However, he wasn't the only one with soul endowment. Shan Zhini also had soul endowment, and there were many people in her demon soul nation who had it. Granny, what is a life providence? Why can't I feel it? Shan Xiang touched his hair and then touched his heart. What a tender little fellow. He doesn't know anything. It's a good thing you met an old woman like me. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. The old granny said with a smile. Shan Xiang looked at the world-defying stage divine furnace with his heart. He could feel that it was trustworthy, so he did not suspect her. There are many people who want to kill me. For example, the 6 clans of Life Soul. Shan Xiang said, Granny, you are the soul of the great Life Soul, so you should know that the 6 clans of Life Soul have harmed you, right? Of course I know. I know this matter much better than you. The old granny let out a long sigh. I thought I would be gone just like that. Thankfully I met you. What exactly is that life providence? Shan Xiang said, Who wants to steal my life providence? The 6 clans of Life Soul? Back then he had been sealed by the 6 clans of Life Soul, so he first suspected the 6 clans of Life Soul. The 6 clans of Life Soul don't know about the universe's life providence. The only one who knows about the universe's life providence and can sense it is the great Life Soul. The old granny said, So, who do you think is most likely to steal your life providence? The great Life Soul of the world-defying stage universe? That's impossible, right? Shan Xiang hurriedly shook his head and said, I've come into contact with it before, but I didn't sense its intentions. Furthermore, it's so powerful. If it wanted to steal my life providence, it would have done so long ago. Of course it can't be the great Life Soul. It's impossible for it to steal your life providence, or else it would be finished itself. The old granny said, The person who stole your life providence is to replace you and become the only person with life providence in this universe. In other words, I can't sense my life providence. What's the use of that birth chart? Shan Xiang was very depressed. He had such a powerful thing on him, but he couldn't feel it. Why is the birth providence useless? It can allow you to control the operation of the laws of this universe unintentionally. The granny's voice suddenly turned serious. You might not be able to feel it now, but you will gradually be able to feel the power of the universe's birth chart in the future. Is this the effect of the birth chart? Shan Xiang had been very puzzled before. He had carried out all kinds of research, such as refining pills and refining souls, and controlling all kinds of energy to evolve. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Everything went according to his guesses. Now that he heard it, it was possible that he had unknowingly controlled the power of the laws. Or rather, some kind of law was formed according to his thoughts. Who is the person who wants to steal my universe life providence? Shan Xiang clenched his fist slightly. He now realized the importance of a universe life providence. With the universe fate, he might be able to control the world-defying universe. At that time, the 6 races of life spirit, the Heavenly Ho race, and the Heavenly Ho orcs would all be ants. Typically, great life spirits have their own factions. It's called the Life Spirit Hall. The great life spirit will bestow some of the life spirit's power to the people in the Life Spirit Hall, allowing them to be strong enough to do things for the great life spirit. The granny said. Shan Xiang suddenly thought of Wang Cam Tin. Wang Cam Tin had the world-defying God. Could it be the Life Spirit Hall that was running everywhere? Well, I have a master. He seems to do such things. Shan Xiang told the granny about Wang Cam Tin. Your master works for the great life spirit. Not bad, but it's not the Life Spirit Hall. However, your master should be a force nurtured by the great life spirit. Furthermore, it's hidden. It's very likely that it's to block the power of the Life Spirit Hall. This prideful life soul was quite something. From the beginning, it wanted to guard against the life spirit hull. Furthermore, it entrusted it to your master, the person closest to you. However, you can't expect your master to be able to block the life spirit hull. The granny said, I don't really understand. Isn't the life spirit hull under the orders of the great life spirit? Why are you messing with me? Shan Xiang curled his lips and said, if the great life spirit of the world-defying stage universe sensed it, couldn't it immediately kill the people from the life spirit hull? No. If it was really possible, I wouldn't have ended up like this. The old granny's bitter laughter came from the world-defying stage divine furnace. Granny, in your previous universe, were there people with life providence killed? Xinxiang asked. My previous universe was formed naturally. There were no people with life providence in the universe. I was the one who maintained the operation of that universe. I was destroyed by the life spirit hull under my command. The old granny's voice seemed to be filled with hatred. When Xinxiang had entered the altar's life spirit crystal, he had seen a video of the process of the great life spirit crystal being shattered. Granny, when I entered the crystal, what I saw was the process of you being shattered, right? Xinxiang asked. In that case, wouldn't it be easier to understand the power of this life spirit crystal? That's right. The old granny said. At that time, I still couldn't communicate with you because I wasn't complete. I only became complete after fusing with this furnace. Only then could I communicate with you. Chapter 43, 65. Then can I draw out your energy to do other things? Shen Xiang wanted to use the 6 realms mirrors to block the spatial door. Use that mirror? Granny Linglong asked. She had the memories of the world-defying God furnace, so she knew that the 6 realms mirrors were very powerful. Yes. Shen Xiang nodded. No, my energy can't be lent to other things, unless I fuse with that thing. Granny Linglong said, moreover, this requires me to release a lot of energy, which is even more difficult. All right. Shen Xiang was a little disappointed. Little master, your little furnace has devoured the little life soul. Although it has become very strong, it's still nothing. Granny Linglong said. I know. Shen Xiang laughed, but I'm already satisfied. The pills that the little furnace refines now all have pill spirits. Isn't that good? Look at you, is that all you've got? Granny Linglong chuckled. I have a plan. I wonder if you're interested in hearing it. Let's hear it. Shen Xiang said. You've already seen it before. I was originally a large crystal, but now I've shattered. Granny Linglong said. Yes, that's right. Why is your consciousness inside the great altar? Or did I just happen to meet it? Shen Xiang said. Of course, it's not a coincidence. First of all, you have the life providence, so you directly woke me up and broke the seal that suppressed my consciousness. Granny Linglong said. Then I gathered all the souls inside the fragments and sent them over. So that's how it is, Shen Xiang said in shock. All your soul fragments are sealed inside the fragments. Yes, but as long as a small part of my soul fragments breaks the seal, I can let all the soul fragments travel through space and gather them in one place. Granny Linglong said, the plan I want to talk about is that I hope you can gather my main body as much as possible. How much is that? Shen Xiang remembered that the universe great life soul crystal was as big as a sun. It's not as big as you think. Let's put it this way. That huge energy crystal is indeed huge, but it's not an important part of my body. Granny Linglong said, take your body, for example. Your flesh and bones can regenerate quickly, can't they? Indeed, Shen Xiang nodded. It's the same for me. Inside the universe life soul crystal, there are 12 main parts. They are all in the hands of the 6 clans of life soul. They each have 2 parts. Granny Linglong said, if you can get it, then your little cauldron can become a big life spirit. Is it really a great life soul? Shen Xiang was alarmed. Yes, and you're a person with a universe fate. When the time comes, I will also be one of the great life souls of this universe. The world-defying stage universe would have 2 great life soul, which was very powerful. It should be unprecedented. Granny Linglong said, although the 6 races of fate soul have taken many greater fate souls, they are unable to make the greater and lesser fate souls become a part of the universe. The world-defying God Furnace was originally a small life soul. If it really became a great life soul, its power would be unimaginable. Furthermore, this was a great life soul that Shen Xiang could control. It was not like the world-defying stage universe's great life soul, where he could play by himself without bringing Shen Xiang along. Of course, before you take back my 12 life soul origin beads, you can also tear down the altar and absorb the life soul crystal. Granny Linglong said. Granny Linglong laughed. That's simple. Previously, you seemed to be able to easily sneak into the interior of that big altar and then easily slip away. All right, Shen Xiang nodded. I will help Granny Linglong take back those 12 life soul origin beads. Shen Xiang now had another big plan. Tell me about the situation here. I know that Tianwu has come to the world-defying stage universe, but I don't know what's going on outside. Granny Linglong said. Shen Xiang also left the underground room. As he walked towards the Thunder Moon altar, he told Granny Linglong about the situation here. He also talked about his plan to seal the spatial door. Sealing the door is a good plan. It can make them give in and allow you to control the important Scarlet Dragon Island. The Scarlet Dragon Island is very important to you right now. Also, you can use the Scarlet Dragon Island to collect a large amount of heavenly origin crystals. Granny Linglong said. Granny Linglong, do you think my plan will go smoothly? Shen Xiang asked. Is there anything else that needs to be improved? You have underestimated the strength of the Tianwu people. Of course. I still don't know how powerful your mirror is. Granny Linglong said. In short, the king of the Tianwu people is very powerful. If they try to stop you, you might not be able to handle it. Is there anything else? Shen Xiang asked again. There are also the 6 clans of Life Soul. If you show enough strength, it will be equivalent to breaking the balance. Originally, this was the battlefield between the Tianwu people and the Tianwu people. They were evenly matched, but because of your appearance, they broke the balance. Granny Linglong said, Do you think the 6 clans of Life Soul will let you take over the Scarlet Dragon Island? Definitely not. Shen Xiang nodded. Chapter 43-66. Shen Xiang set off towards the Thunder Moon altar. From time to time, a large number of flying shuttles would fly across the sky, all of which were just shot out from the spatial gate. Little Master, are you planning to chase away all the Tianwu people? You said before that Tianwu Thunder Kings group is pretty good. Don't you plan on keeping them? Granny Linglong asked. No. Shen Xiang said, The Scarlet Dragon Island is very important to me. I don't want any Tianwu people to appear on this island. No matter how good they are, there are still Tianwu people. That's true. If there are Tianwu people here, there will be a lot of trouble. Granny Linglong also agreed with Shen Xiang's actions and said, However, if they really leave this Scarlet Dragon Island, then they will definitely view this island as an enemy in the future. I'm not afraid of them. If I can really take down this island, it won't be so easy for them to attack the Scarlet Dragon Island. Shen Xiang laughed. I'm just afraid that they won't fight. In Shen Xiang's eyes, the bodies of those Tianwu people were treasures, especially the Fu Yuan energy. The flying speed of the 6 realms mirrors was much faster than the flying shuttles. Furthermore, it could become invisible, so even if the Tianwu people were here, they would not be able to discover Shen Xiang. Not long after, Shen Xiang arrived at the outer circle of the Thunder Moon altar. The Thunder Moon altar is a large altar, and its shape is very special. It looks like a large crescent moon that has fallen to the ground. Even during the day, it emits moonlight. If it was nighttime, this Thunder Moon altar would definitely be very beautiful. The crescent moon-shaped thunder moon altar was 3,000 feet tall and was also very large. Nearby, there were dozens of small altars that were a few hundred feet tall surrounding it. Are there any life spirit crystals inside this thunder moon altar? Shanxiang took out a small black furnace. It was the shrunken world defying God furnace. Definitely. How can there be no life spirit crystals inside these large altars? The altars rely on the life spirit crystals to operate, Granny Linglong said. However, the life spirit crystal of this altar is not mine. What kind of life spirit is it? It should be the Heavenly Nightmare Great Life Spirit. The energy crystals of the Heavenly Nightmare Great Life Soul also exploded in the Heavenly Nightmare universe. The Heavenly Nightmares have collected quite a number of them. Granny Linglong said, the Heavenly Nightmare Life Spirit is not as strong as me, so it only has a body and no consciousness. Has the consciousness of the Heavenly Nightmare Life Spirit been wiped out? Shinxiang was shocked. Was this done by the 6 races of life spirit? They are too powerful. The Heavenly Nightmare Great Life Spirit suffered the same fate as me. We were both betrayed by the life spirit palace that it nurtured. The life spirit 6 clans are very cunning. They purposely roped in the life spirit palace and made them betray them, said Granny Linglong. Then, in the Heavenly Nightmare universe, other than the Heavenly Oyster Beast Men and the Heavenly Oysters, is there another Heavenly Oyster Life Soul Palace? Shinxiang asked in surprise. Doesn't that mean there are 3 forces? That's right, there are 3 forces. It's just that the Tian's Life Spirit Palace is hidden. Even the Tian's Beastman and the Tian's Beastman are not here. Granny Linglong said, Little Master, you should be able to guess that the Heavenly Nightmare Life Soul Palace is the lackey of the Life Spirit 6 clans. I wonder what will happen to our world-defying Life Soul Palace. Shinxiang sighed. I hope the Great Life Spirit is more powerful. I hope so. Granny Linglong said, the Great Life Spirit of the world defying stage universe did a better job than I did. At least he managed to rope in your master and let him hide in the dark. Who knows, the Great Life Spirit of the world defying stage universe might even create many hidden forces. Granny, will the Great Life Spirit be affected by me? Shanxiang said, the formation of the world defying life spirit has a lot to do with me. For example, the Great Life Spirit's thoughts. Will it be similar to mine? It's hard to say. I rarely come into contact with the life spirit universe. Granny Linglong said, I've heard of a saying that the Great Life Spirit is the shadow of the person with the life spirit. If this is true, then it will have the same thoughts as you. That's good, Shinxiang said with a smile. If the Great Life Spirit is as smart as me, it will definitely not guard against the Life Spirit Palace. I hope so. You have to know that the reason why the 6 clans of Life Soul were able to capture so many world-defying universes and obtain large and small Life Soul was all because of the help of the Life Soul Palace. Granny Linglong said, I was too young and too naive back then. Isn't that so? Shinxiang sighed. He observed the environment around the Thunder Moon altar. There were many altars in the center, and many Tianwu people were entering and exiting. Moreover, there were many houses built here. They were all made of wood. They cut down the trees here and built all kinds of buildings. There were big and small buildings, and they looked very elegant. They built a city here. At the same time, it attracted people from other altars. Shenxiang realized that the Thunder Moon altar's Tianwu people all had a crescent moon jade pendant on their waists. Shinxiang only observed from afar and did not enter the city. The center of the city is the Thunder Moon altar. Outside the Thunder Moon altar are all kinds of small and medium-sized altars. Outside are all kinds of cities and houses. The city they built should be a place for the lower clansmen to move around. Most of the upper clansmen are in the center of the altar area. Shenxiang was observing from the sky, so he could see it very clearly. I'll go over and try to see what will happen. Shen Xiang decided to show himself and enter the city to communicate with the Thunder Moon Altar's Tianwu people. This city did not have any walls or anything. They probably thought that those buildings were not important and no one would attack the city. Chapter 4367. Big brother, I saw that this place was quite safe, so I came in. Shen Xiang also revealed a smile and said, I fled here from another place. My home was originally there, but it was destroyed by those people who used fire. At this moment, not only the patrol team, the other Tianwu people also stopped. They are all whispering to each other. Those people who used fire must be from the Fire King Mansion. Those people from the Fire King Mansion really don't abide by the rules. We already agreed that they won't harm the native humans. I wonder how the situation is over there, how many natives have been killed. This little guy can run here. He can be considered lucky. The captain doesn't know what to say because, in his opinion, Shen Xiang's family should have been killed by the Fire King Mansion. Don't run around in the future. Just stay here. The captain thought for a moment, then took out a piece of paper and wrote a letter. He handed it over to Shen Xiang and said, Little brother, take this letter and go to the Thunder Moon altar. Someone will make arrangements for you. Big brother, this is... Shen Xiang pretended not to understand. We'll give you a place to stay, the captain said with a smile. Don't worry, we're not as hateful as those people who use fire. Ah, thank you, big brother. Shen Xiang promptly thanked him. He is secretly shocked in his heart. He never expected that the people of the Thunder Moon altar would be so good. Previously, he planned to drive away all the Tianwu people, but now he suddenly feels that if they abide by the rules and stay on the Scarlet Dragon Island, it would be good. He can even rope them in. Tianwu people are very strong. They are all very good tools. Shen Xiang plans to further investigate and confirm the situation of the Thunder Moon altar before releasing the Scarlet Dragon tribe. At that time, it will depend on whether or not the Thunder Moon altar will accept the Scarlet Dragon tribe. Shen Xiang immediately left for the Thunder Moon altar. The Thunder Moon altar has a very large base that looks like a mountain. This square base has several doors on each side. Shen Xiang can see that many Tianwu people can enter the base of the altar, but he doesn't know what they are doing there. Very few people had entered the great sacrificial altar that he had destroyed before. Shen Xiang took the letter and followed the crowd in. Along the way, there were still many people looking at him, but when they saw the letter in his hand that was shining with a blue light, the Tianwu people understood that the patrol team had asked him to come. After Shen Xiang went in, a Tianwu took the initiative to look for him. He had also seen his letter. The middle-aged man took the letter and read it. Then he took Shen Xiang to a place and gave him a token and something like a house deed. The Thunder Moon altar's surroundings were still being expanded, and there were many houses to be built. The deed that Shen Xiang obtained was for the house that Lei Yuting gave him. It's on a street with a total of 10 floors. Downstairs is a large shop, and there's even a basement. Shen Xiang looked at the contents of the deed and was secretly shocked, because this Thunder Moon altar was quite generous. Then he immediately rushed to the street, which was still relatively deserted. He looked at the shop and saw that it was quite big, able to accommodate 100 people. The news of a native human coming to the city quickly spread among the Tianwu people. They were indeed very tolerant and did not dislike him at all. Giving me a building. Do you want me to do business on my own? Shen Xiang had planned to sell pills before, but he never thought that the Thunder Moon altar would directly give him a building, which would make it easier for him to do business. The problem now was, how is he going to sell the Heavenly Oyster Dan without shocking anyone? He was a native, and he could refine the Heavenly Oyster Dan. It would definitely be very shocking. Shen Xiang strolled along the road, chatting with people everywhere to understand the situation in the Thunder Moon altar. The great altar master of the Thunder Moon altar was a woman, and she was also the eldest daughter of the Thunder King. Chapter 4368. Currently, this Pill Moon altar only recruited people who grew medicinal herbs and refined pills. Those who came here to find work were none other than these two types of people. However, there were very few of these people, especially those who knew how to refine pills. They were all very respectable. Manager, although I am a native of this universe, I know how to refine pills. Xinxiang smiled politely. Aren't you recruiting alchemist? I am an alchemist. Is everyone in your universe alchemist? Or is it that your pills are easier to refine? The shopkeeper was somewhat surprised as he sized up Xinxiang once again. The shopkeeper did not seem to doubt Xinxiang's words, because Xinxiang did not seem to be joking either. Of course not. In our place, there are also very few alchemists, and powerful alchemists are even rarer. Xinxiang said, I happen to have some talent, and my luck is not bad, so I also learned some alchemy techniques. But our Heavenly Nightmare Universe's pills are very different from your world-defying stage universe. The shopkeeper said, the energy inside our Heavenly Nightmare Universe's medicinal herbs is different from your universe's. Also, your flames might not be able to refine our Heavenly Nightmare Universe's medicinal herbs. The shopkeeper also spoke out his thoughts. I can try, Xinxiang said, refining your easiest pill. This way you won't lose any medicinal herbs. This, I can let you try. However, since you are an alchemist, you should know that refining pills is very risky. If you are not careful, the furnace will explode and you will be seriously injured. The shopkeeper said, especially for young alchemists like you, it is very easy for the furnace to explode. Is that so? Of course, Xinxiang knew about the explosion of the furnace, but he had not exploded for many years and had almost forgotten what it felt like to explode. Isn't that so? I have also met some alchemists from other universes before. They are all like you, wanting to come here to work. Then they tried to refine our Heavenly Nightmare Universe's pills, but the result was that the furnace exploded and they were seriously injured. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, Little brother, this is too dangerous. I advise you to give up. I can try. Xinxiang insisted. All right, come with me. The shopkeeper could only agree. Then he walked away from the counter and led Xinxiang out of the hall. Xinxiang followed behind, looking around. Little brother, I'll be careful later. If the furnace explodes, I'll try my best to protect you. The shopkeeper said, If you are really an alchemist with a little training, you should be able to refine the pills of our Heavenly Nightmare Universe in 8 to 10 years. Thank you, Grandpa Shopkeeper. Grandpa, what's your name? Xinxiang asked. My name is Emperor Liu. Actually, I'm also an alchemist, but I'm just a half-assed alchemist. I've studied for many years, and I'm barely able to concoct a passable pill. His Majesty laughed at himself and said, That's why I was arranged to be the shopkeeper, because even if I were to be the one to refine pills, I wouldn't be able to refine any good pills. Grandpa Liu, then what kind of pill do you want me to refine? Xinxiang is also trying to curry favor with the shopkeeper, because the shopkeeper is not bad and he manages the business of the Pill Moon Altar. He must be very familiar with the operation of the pill business. If Xinxiang wanted to sell pills in the future, he would have to get to know people in this field. Originally, when our Pill Moon Altar recruited people, we wanted to recruit people who could refine the Heavenly Nightmare Origin Pill. This is because the demand for the Heavenly Nightmare Origin Pill is very high, and it is also the most basic pill. However, for your situation, as long as you can refine the Heavenly Nightmare Chi Pill, it will be fine. His Majesty said, Heavenly Nightmare Chi Pill? Is there any difference between this and the Heavenly Nightmare Origin Pill? Xinxiang asked. The Heavenly Nightmare Chi Pill also has the power of the Heavenly Nightmare, but it's pitifully small. You need dozens of them to be comparable to one Heavenly Nightmare Origin Pill. His Majesty laughed and said, However, the Heavenly Nightmare Chi Pill is also useful. It's very good to use it to feed children. His Majesty chatted with Xinxiang along the way, and they chatted very happily. Unknowingly, he brought Xinxiang to a very quiet pill refining room. There is a golden pill furnace that is as tall as a person. It looks very high grade. This heavenly nightmare universe's pill furnaces are really not bad. Sacred Domain's pill furnaces are much better. Heavenly Nightmare Universe is not only powerful, the pill furnaces are also very good. Xinxiang's eyes lit up. Although the pill furnaces he refined are also not bad, compared to the one in front of him, they are much worse. Moreover, the pill furnaces he refined were all refined in batches, mainly for the Saint Spirit pill puppet. This pill furnace is very good, Xinxiang said. You have good eyesight. This pill furnace was used by our altar master before. Of course, the Pill Moon Altar Master's pill furnace is very good. His Majesty laughed and said, although the altar master no longer uses this pill furnace and left it here for us to use, this pill furnace is still quite famous in the Heavenly Nightmare universe. So that's how it is. I thought this pill furnace was everywhere in the Heavenly Nightmare universe. Xinxiang thought that this pill furnace could be seen everywhere in the Heavenly Nightmare universe. He did not expect it to be a rare item. No wonder it is better than the pill furnace, he refined casually. How can it be everywhere? This pill furnace was used and refined by Altar Master for many years to reach this quality. His Majesty shook his head and laughed. Little Xin, you only see that the pill furnace is very good, but if you understand it, you will know how powerful this pill furnace is. Chapter 43-69. Lu Di suddenly felt that this youth in front of him did not know how to refine pills at all, because in his eyes, Xinxiang was just messing around. Xinxiang's actions, not to mention Lu Di of the Heavenly Nightmare universe. Even if a Saint Realm alchemist saw Xinxiang, they would also think that Xinxiang was messing around. Who would be so casual when refining pills? Xinxiang had just taken the bunch of herbs and threw them directly into the furnace without even looking at them. That was fine, but when the fire started, he used a very fierce flame. In most cases, the flame was slowly ignited to allow the herbs inside the furnace to gradually adapt. Furthermore, Xinxiang had just thrown the herbs into the furnace and immediately started a fire. This was also wrong. Little Xin, who taught you this alchemy? Lu Di shook his head. Or is this how you refine pills in this place? I taught myself. Xinxiang grinned. Grandpa Lu, what's wrong? Sai, it's not like this, it's not like this. Lu Di shook his head and sighed. You're really messing around. Luckily you used the Altar Master's furnace. If you used any other, it might have exploded. I know my method is different from others, but the end result, isn't it to produce pills? Xinxiang said. He did not realize how ridiculous his actions were in Lu Di's eyes. That's right, but if you do that, you won't be able to refine pills. Lu Di looked at the furnace and said, Little Xin, do you know how to refine pills? Of course I do. Xinxiang was puzzled. Grandpa Lu, what's wrong? This, for example, that bunch of herbs, before refining, you should deal with it first. Lu Di said, this is your first time refining this kind of pill. You have to first familiarize yourself with the herbs, then carefully refine them into powder. If necessary, you even need to add supplementary herbs. Is that so? Then what? Xinxiang asked. He was really curious about what to do next, because this refining method sounded similar to the Saint Realm. If you need to add supplementary herbs, then you have to process the supplementary herbs. Then you have to preheat the furnace at least an hour. Lu Di said. Xinxiang rarely saw preheating the furnace, so he asked, why do you have to preheat it? Because when you process the herbs, you use flames to refine them outside. Most of them are refined into powder. The temperature is of extremely high. When you preheat the furnace, you can make the powder have the same temperature as the furnace. Lu Di said. It's mainly to allow the medicinal powder to quickly adapt to the environment of the pill furnace, right? Xinxiang nodded. That's right. After the powder enters the pill furnace, the fire also needs to grow from weak to strong. At the same time, you also need to use enough divine sense to bind the medicinal powder into a ball and use the flame to gradually refine it. allowing the medicinal powder to fuse into a pill. His Majesty said, "The whole process sounds simple, but in practice, it is difficult to achieve perfection." Lu Di was to him to the point. Of the of. Grandpa Lu, the herbs can actually be done inside the furnace. Xin Xiang said, "When you put the herbs into the furnace and process them, they will be heated up and turn into powder. During the process of heat, they will release medicinal qi. If you can restrain this medicinal qi and use the medicinal qi to envelop the powder, you can raise the quality." This. Lu Di frowned, unable to refute. He thought for a moment and said, "It sounds like it, but it's very difficult to do. Burning the herbs in the furnace is very difficult to control the temperature. Furthermore, the medicinal qi might burn with the flames and turn into heat and overflow from the furnace. It's not that difficult." Xin Xiang smiled and said, "Directly releasing the flames won't work, but if you infuse the power of your soul into the flames will have a soul. This is equivalent to your soul being in the furnace and directly participating in refining the pills." Lu Di was stunned. He immediately understood something. The key to refining pills was the flames, but how to increase the control of the flames? Furthermore, Xin Xiang said that using the soul to control the flames and putting part of the soul into the furnace to refine pills was very difficult to do. Yes, Xin Xiang said it so easily, but it was very difficult for others to do it. It required a certain amount of talent. The method that Xin Xiang is using now is even more brilliant. This is also something that he has only recently realized. It is to transform his soul into a saint soul pill puppet and directly enter the interior of the pill furnace to control the fire to alchemy. He only needed to inject the flames and leave everything to the saint soul pill puppet that he condensed temporarily to refine the pills. As long as the pills were not too difficult to refine, the saint soul pill puppet that he released temporarily could do the job. Therefore, looking at him now, he only needed to inject the flames and was very relaxed in all aspects. Chapter 40, 370. When Emperor Lu saw the 6 pills floating out, he was completely dumbfounded. This kind of shock caused an incomparably huge impact to him. If a pig floated out of the pill furnace, he might not be so surprised. However, the shock caused by these 6 heavenly Liao Qi pills was even greater than 6 pigs floating out. First of all, the quality of these 6 pills, Emperor Lu could determine with a single glance that these were king-grade, heavenly Liao Qi pills. It might even far surpass the king grade that he knew. The quality was already extremely high, and it was the highest quality, heavenly Liao Qi pill that Emperor Lu had come into contact with in all these years. In the heavenly nightmare universe, the pill that alchemists had to learn was the heavenly Liao Qi pill. Looking at an alchemist's talent and future potential, it depended on what kind of heavenly Liao Qi pill he could refine when he was learning how to refine it. Emperor Lu's limit was the middle grade, heavenly Liao Qi pill. Furthermore, he had spent a very long time and put his life on the line to refine it. If he could refine a high-grade, heavenly Liao Qi pill, his status would be even higher. However, he had not been able to refine it until now. Above the high grade, there was the top-grade heavenly Liao Qi pill. There were even fewer alchemists who could do it, and there were even fewer king-grade alchemists. In any case, an entire pill moon altar. Only the altar master could refine it. This was also something that the altar master, who specialized in alchemy, had to do. Otherwise, no one would acknowledge him. That was why Emperor Lu was so shocked. Because Xin Xiang was able to refine king-grade, heavenly Liao Qi pills. But what shocked him was that Chen Xiang was able to directly produce 6 pills, and he was able to refine them very easily and quickly. Emperor Lu began to doubt his life. Little Xin, are all the alchemists in this place so powerful? Emperor Lu looked at the 6 heavenly Liao Qi pills in his palm and took a deep breath. I'm not too sure if they can refine heavenly Liao Qi pills, but I can now. Xin Xiang said with a smile, Grandpa Lu, can I refine the heavenly Liao Qi pills next? Little Shin, you must stay in the Pill Moon altar. Do you have a place to stay now? Just stay here for now. Emperor Lu hurriedly said, The heavenly Liao Qi pills you refined are very good. I can only make 2 pills at most, but you can make 6, and such high-quality ones at that. He was afraid that Xin Xiang would leave the Pill Moon altar. I have a place to stay. Previously, Thunder Moon altar gave me a house deed. Xin Xiang said, Stay here for a few more days. I'm really a snob. I thought little Shen didn't know how to refine pills. But the one who doesn't know how to refine pills is actually me. Lu Didi laughed at himself. So I can only be a shopkeeper and can't become an alchemy grandmaster. Grandpa Lu, I want to try refining a heavenly cordan. Xin Xiang said, Do you know about heavenly jewels? There are a lot of them on this Scarlet Dragon Island, and I am in need of heavenly jewels. I want to use alchemy to exchange for heavenly origin crystals, and then use the heavenly origin crystals to exchange for heavenly jewels. Emperor Lu was a businessman, so he immediately understood what Xin Xiang meant. This is too simple. You don't have to go through so much trouble. Leave the heavenly jewels to me. From now on, you are a member of the Pill Moon altar. We will give you medicinal ingredients. You just have to provide a certain amount of heavenly core dan every month. We will give you heavenly origin crystals and other resources. After Emperor Lu finished speaking, he took out the heavenly core ginseng, which was the main ingredient to refine the heavenly cordan. He also wanted to see how far Xin Xiang could go in refining the heavenly cordan. Chen Xiang took it, and like before, directly threw the sky core ginseng into the pill furnace. The corner of Emperor Lu's mouth twitched. He was incomparably envious, because Shen Xiang's refining process looked very easy. He just casually threw the medicinal ingredients and then casually lit the fire. After chatting for a while, the pills were produced, and Emperor Lu needed to refine the heavenly cordan. In an entire day, he could only refine 2 pills, and the quality was middle grade. Little Shin, how is it? Is there any difference from when you were refining the heavenly cordan? Emperor Lu was worried that Shen Xiang was not suitable to refine the heavenly cordan. This was because he had seen it before. Some people were very good when refining heavenly cordan, but when refining heavenly cordan, they were very bad. There's no difference, Xin Xiang laughed. It's just that the number of pills produced is not as many as the heavenly core qi pills. That's fine too. You're still a teenager. It's already very impressive for you to be able to refine it. In the entire Thunderlord Mansion, there are very few people who can refine heavenly core qi pills at this age, let alone heavenly cordan. Emperor Lu was a lot more at ease. In his opinion, even if Shen Xiang could refine a low-grade heavenly core qi pill, it would still be incomparable to the genius youths of the Thunder Lord Mansion. Not long after, Shen Xiang opened the pill furnace. 4 heavenly core dan floated out, and they were all dazzling king-grade heavenly cordan. Shen Xiang could feel that the heavenly cordan he refined with other pill furnaces was much worse than the world-defying God furnace. The quality of the heavenly cordan refined with the world-defying God furnace far surpassed the ones he refined now, and the speed was even faster. Chapter 4371. Xin Xiang now knows why Yan Qing recommended him to come to the Thunder Moon altar. This place can accommodate people from other universes and even treat them equally. This is indeed very tolerant. Oh, right. How is your altar master? Is she easy to talk to? Xin Xiang said with smile, Before your altar master arrives, let me find out more about her. About this. Emperor Lu smiled awkwardly and said, Little Shen, I won't hide it from you. I rarely come into contact with the Pill Moon altar master. I don't know much about the altar master. Actually, in the Pill Moon altar, only the alchemists with extremely high alchemy skills can come into contact with the altar master. So that's how it is. Xin Xiang said, How is your altar master's temper? Xiang is worried that the other party's temper is not good and that it would be difficult to get along with them. The altar master is a woman, her temper. I don't know either. Emperor Lu smiled bitterly and said, Little Shen, you don't have to worry. You're still a child and you're so good looking. You're also so good at alchemy. The altar master will definitely take care of you. Is that so? A woman? Xinxiang's eyes lit up. If the other party is a woman, he plans to kidnap the altar master and bring her to the Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace. Yes, but I've never seen what she looks like. You know, this kind of important person, especially a woman, rarely shows her face. Emperor Lu shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. A small fry like me is not qualified to see her face. Is she at the Pill Moon altar? Xinxiang asked. No, she was at the Thunder Moon altar earlier. Because the Thunder Moon altar's great altar master is a woman. The other subsidiary altar masters of the Thunder Moon altar are mostly women. They should all be women, Emperor Lu said. So it's like that. Xinxiang suddenly felt that this Thunder Moon altar should be able to cooperate with the women of Hundred Flower World. Hundred Flower World has just arrived in the sacred domain, and they have yet to fully adapt to the sacred domain. Now, something like the Tianwu people and Tianwu orcs has appeared. Xinxiang naturally hopes that Hundred Flower World can learn from the Tianwu people. This way, they can become stronger and be able to fight against the 6 races of life soul. Previously, Phoenix Shuang, through learning and cultivation, allowed herself to grasp the power of Tianwu. Little Shin, you will definitely be able to see the altar leader's face. Perhaps the Grand Commandery Princess will summon you, Emperor Lu said excitedly. When the time comes, if it's convenient for Little Shin, please put in a few good words for me. Grandpa Lu, have you seen the first Commandery Princess? Xinxiang asked. How could I possibly have seen her before? The first princess is the Thunder King's beloved daughter. She's extremely powerful as well, and she's likely to be conferred the title of king in the future. Emperor Lu sighed. The first Commandery Princess is the daughter of a duke, and she is outstanding in all aspects. She will definitely be conferred the title of duke. How can I be crowned king? What are the benefits of being a king? Xinxiang wanted to know how strong a king was among the Tianwu people. You can get a bigger altar if you become a king. That kind of altar can bring many times more benefits than the Thunder Moon altar. Lu Di shook his head. I don't know the details, but there are only 10 monarchs in the Heavenly Nightmare universe. It's been many years since anyone passed the test. Coronation test. Xinxiang frowned. Is there such a test? Who is the one doing the test? The Tianwu 10 monarchs are recognized by most of the royal family of the Tianwu race. It is said that the test is to kill a strong enough member of the Life Spirit 6 clans to be conferred the title of king. Emperor Lu said in a low voice. This is not something that can be done casually. So the Tianwu 10 monarchs are very strong. They have all killed the experts of the Life Spirit 6 clans. In that case, the reason why the first Commandery Princess can become the master of a big altar is because she is strong. Xinxiang said. Of course, the first Commandery Princess has killed the experts of the Life Spirit 6 clans. She obtained the Thunder Moon altar. There are many children of dukes, but not many of them have big altars. Emperor Lu praised. The first Commandery Princess obtained her position with her strength. It is said that she was almost killed by the Life Spirit 6 clans. Rewards based on merit. Xinxiang nodded. That's not bad. Oh, right, if one is from the upper or lower race and can kill the people of the Life Spirit 6 clans, can they get the corresponding treatment? Of course. The Tianwu Thunder King was originally from the lower race. Emperor Lu lowered his voice and said, Who knows about this, but no one dares to say it, because they are afraid of offending the Thunder King. Ah, so the Thunder King is from the lower race. Xinxiang was very surprised. It is a pity that I have never seen the Thunder King. "It is my greatest wish to see the Thunder King's glory." Emperor Lu said. Shen Xiang had seen him at sea before. At that time, he only knew that the Tianwu Thunder King was very strong, but he did not know the story behind the Thunder King. Not long after, someone hurried in from outside. It was a young boy. "Shopkeeper, the altar master is here. The altar master is here." The young boy was very flustered. "I'll go out and welcome him." Emperor Lu was also a little nervous. Then he said to Shen Xiang, "Little Shen, just wait here." "All right." Shen Xiang, who had just stood up, sat back down. After Emperor Lu left, it was not long before he brought in a woman wearing a golden robe and a golden mask. Chapter 43:72. Shen Xiang thought that Emperor Lu was just casually talking about it. He did not expect that the second altar leader would give it to him just like that. Isn't this too casual? Shen Xiang finds it very hard to understand. He is not a Tianwu person. Moreover, he doesn't know if he is good or bad. Just based on his ability to refine pills, why would he become the second altar leader? Altar leader, isn't this too casual? After all, I am an outsider. Moreover, you don't understand me. Are you really going to let me be the second altar leader? Shen Xiang shook his head and said, "Besides, I am not necessarily suitable to be the second altar leader. Little brother, the main reason I am letting you be the second altar leader is to raise your status. This will allow you to have the right to speak in the Pill Moon altar." Although the Pill Moon altar leader is about the same height as Shen Xiang, she still patted Shen Xiang's head as if she is patting a child's head. Then she said, "As for the issue of trust, it is very simple. We will sign a soul contract. You can rest assured that the contract will not restrict you too much. It only requires that you do not harm the interests of the entire Thunder Moon altar." Shen Xiang thought for a moment and felt that there is no loss. When the time comes to sign the contract, there will be too many restrictions and he can refuse. "All right, I can start refining pills now," Shen Xiang said. Refining pills is simply a piece of cake for him. "Let's start with the Heavenly Oyster Chi pill." Pill Moon altar leader looked around the hall and then walked towards one of the doors to enter the pill refining room. After she entered, she took out a pill furnace and took it out. This pill furnace is not very big. It is only half the height of a person. It is light blue and looks very beautiful and exquisite. This pill furnace is even better than the one you used before. Pill Moon altar leader said, "You can refine without worry. You don't have to worry about the danger of explosion." Shen Xiang nodded. Pill Moon altar leader took out a bunch of medicinal herbs. It is the heavenly oyster grass used to refine the heavenly oyster chi pill. After Shen Xiang received it, he immediately threw it into the pill furnace and started refining. The altar leader of the Pill Moon altar watched from the side with her eyes wide open. One could see that her beautiful eyes under the mask were filled with shock. She could clearly see the situation inside the pill furnace. She originally wanted to learn Shen Xiang's alchemy skills, but now she found that she couldn't learn it at all. This was because during the process of Shen Xiang refining the pills, all the changes within the pill furnace were natural. It was as if there was no external interference, and everything was naturally occurring within the pill furnace. A clump of grass, upon encountering a flame, would naturally refine and condense into a pill. The whole process was extremely fast. It wasn't like how they usually refine pills. First, they had to go through all kinds of tedious steps. Then, they had to preheat the pill furnace. Finally, they had to perform all kinds of operations inside the pill furnace. They had to carefully refine the pill. It could be said that they were worried to death. And what about Shen Xiang? He sat cross-legged on the ground with one hand supporting his face. He looked very relaxed, as if he was waiting for the core to condense. Yes, he felt like he wasn't doing anything right now, but the inside of the alchemical furnace was refining pills by itself. This was indeed the case because just now he had separated a part of his soul and condensed it into a pill puppet. He had entered the pill furnace to control everything. The altar leader couldn't describe what kind of alchemy technique this was. She was also very sure that she couldn't learn it. This was because this alchemy technique was like a kind of talent. It was an innate ability. If you knew it, you would know it. If you didn't know it, you would never be able to learn it. Shen Xiang was also very clear that his alchemy had reached a very wonderful realm. This was something that he couldn't teach others. The only thing he could do was to guide others in alchemy, so that they wouldn't take any detours or point out their problems. It didn't take long for a furnace of pills to be refined. 6 heavenly Liao Qi pills. Before Shen Xiang could open the lid of the pill furnace, the altar leader exclaimed softly, "It's the same as what shopkeeper Lu said." Then she opened the lid, took out 6 pills, and ate one of them. King grade. No, this should be above king grade, saint grade. The altar leader exclaimed again and again. She looked at Shen Xiang in disbelief and asked, "Little brother, where did you learn your alchemy technique?" I taught myself," Shen Xiang said. "How old are you?" As she spoke, the altar leader took out an utensil, which looked like a wash basin, and then covered Shen Xiang's head with it. After checking, she frowned and said, "Only 14 years old." Shen Xiang was also very surprised. A few months had passed since the last time he was checked. How could he still be 14 years old? Chapter 43, 73. Little brother, I've heard about you from the altar leader of Pill Moon. You can sign a contract with me now. The Grand Princess' voice is also very gentle. She is taller than Pill Moon altar leader, and her voice is also different. Their appearances might be different, but their souls were the same. Grand Princess, I have a small condition, Shen Xiang said in low voice. What small condition? The Grand Princess asked. I want to see your and Pill Moon altar leaders' faces. Shen Xiang said with mischievous smile. You two are so mysterious. All right. The Grand Princess finished speaking and took off her mask. Then Pill Moon altar leader also took off her mask. They are both very beautiful and have the same temperament. They look very gentle and generous. Although they are elegant and noble, they also have a very approachable feeling. Shen Xiang is even more certain that they are the same soul. Why do you want to see us? The Grand Princess said with chuckle. Actually, not many people in Thunder Moon Altar have seen us. I am just curious, Shen Xiang said with smile. You two are so beautiful. Is that so? Then what do you think is the difference between our heavenly Ho race's women and the women of your world-defying cosmos? The Grand Princess gently smiled. She looked at Shen Xiang's handsome face and cannot help but touch it. Shen Xiang can feel the gentleness of the beauty's lily-white hands. He feels a very peculiar feeling. There is no difference. Shen Xiang scratched his head and said with smile. Is that so? Shouldn't we be more beautiful? The Grand Princess's tender and beautiful eyes suddenly became filled with strong emotions. She affectionately stared at Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang's heart is shaken. This woman is trying to charm him. Moreover, she is not using charm technique to attack. She is using a gentle power. It feels the same. Shen Xiang mischievously smiled and then reached out to touch the Grand Princess's beautiful face. The Grand Princess promptly grabbed Shen Xiang's hand. She really did not expect that Shen Xiang would touch her face. However, she did not say anything. After all, she was the one who made the first move. What surprised her the most was that Shen Xiang had not been conquered by her. One had to know that her soft charm technique was one of the strongest soul attack techniques. Not to mention men. Even many women couldn't get past her. Many women would be captivated by her gentle gaze, and in the end, become completely devoted to her. However, this little man in front of her was actually able to withstand it. Big sister, what's your name? Shen Xiang asked. Xin Ro, this is my real name. Even my father doesn't know that I have this name. I will only tell you. Xin Ro chuckled and said, Little brother, you are Shen Xiang, right? From today onwards, you're the second altar master of the Thunder Moon altar. Thunder Moon altar's second altar master? Didn't you say that you could become the second altar lord of the Pale Moon altar? Shen Xiang asked in surprise. Aren't they all the same? Xian Ro said, Come, sign a contract with me. As long as you agree not to harm the interests of Thunder Moon altar, I won't ask too much of you. Of course, you can also raise the conditions of the contract with me. Xin Xiang also raised the condition of the contract, that is, Xian Ro cannot harm him. Xian Ro naturally agreed to this condition and then gave Xin Xiang a second altar master token. Little brother Xin, do you wish for your elder sister to become stronger? I am only one step away from becoming a king. Xian Ro said, then stroked her long hair and looked at Xin Xiang with gentle eyes. And the Pale Moon altar master has already left the small hall. Of course I hope that big sister can become stronger. That way you can protect me. Xin Xiang said with smile, Sister Xian Ro, can I refine pills to make you stronger? I'm afraid, not in a short period of time. Xian Ro shook her head and said, Little brother Xin, big sister has a presumptuous request. I hope that you can help me. Chapter 4374. Just as Xin Xiang was considering, Granny Linglong, who was inside the world defying God furnace, suddenly said, Little master, wake up! Hearing Granny Linglong's voice, Xin Xiang suddenly came back to his senses. Little brother Xin, have you considered it? Xian Ro asked. Xin Xiang did not know if Xian Ro did it on purpose or not, but in short, he wanted to agree just now and could not control himself. He guessed that it was Xian Ro's charming power that was affecting him, and Xian Ro probably did not do it on purpose. Perhaps she had unknowingly used this strange charm to affect Xin Xiang. Fortunately, Xin Xiang suddenly woke up. Sister Xian Ro, there will be risks, and I need to put in a lot of effort to do it. Xin Xiang scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I don't really want to go because I'm afraid. Little brother Xin, I've said it before, Heavenly Centipede Dan King is a very good person. She's the same as me, so she won't give you any pressure. Xian Ro caressed Xin Xiang's head and said with a gentle smile, If you can help elder sister become a king, then elder sister will marry you and become your wife. Xin Xiang was startled, then opened his eyes wide to look at Xian Ro's gentle and beautiful face. This woman didn't seem to be joking. I'm serious. I can sign a soul contract with you. Xian Ro chuckled. Little brother, you are so handsome. You will definitely be even more handsome when you grow up. You are also so good at alchemy. You must be a very outstanding husband. But, Sister Xian Ro, I already have a wife. Shen Xiang said in a low voice. Huh. Xian Ro was slightly shocked, then said with a gentle smile, Little brother, it's normal for an outstanding alchemist like you to have a wife, and there are quite a few of them, right? I really can't tell. There's nothing I can do about it. Xin Xiang smiled embarrassedly. Then there's no problem with me. Let's do it this way. As long as you can help me borrow that pill and let me be bestowed the title of king, I'll be with you. Xian Ro said. Xin Xiang only felt that it was strange. Why was Xian Ro in such a hurry to be bestowed the title of king? It could even be said that he was willing to pay any price. Sister Xian Ro, is being bestowed king very important to you? Xin Xiang asked. Very important. If I can improve my strength, I'll miss a lot of opportunities, and I'll fall behind forever. Shinro's expression dimmed as she said, I'm too useless. I can only use this method to become stronger. Younger brother Xin, you won't look down on me, right? All right, I'll give it a try. However, Sister Xian Ro, you have to do me a favor. I need a lot of heavenly jewels. Xin Xiang said. Heavenly beads? Xian Ro immediately took out a handful of beads. They were heavenly beads. Yes, that's it. Xin Xiang nodded and said, I need 30 trillion pills. Ah. Hearing this number, Shinro was also very surprised. Brother Shin, can you tell me why you need so many? Shinro knew that these beads contained energy. My sect is on the other side of this Scarlet Dragon Island. They need a large number of heavenly jewels to maintain the operation of the formation. Only then can they be safer. Shen Xiang casually gave a reason. All right, leave it to big sister. Shinro smiled lightly, then leaned over and kissed Shen Xiang's face. She said softly, Younger brother Shin, let's sign a contract. Shin Xiang knew that Shinro had placed all her hopes on him, because it was very likely that he would be able to steal that pill from Dan King Tianho. Following that, Shin Xiang and Shinro signed a soul contract. Younger brother Shen, to be honest, all the altar masters in the Thunder Moon altar are actually my clones. I'm very strong and my clones are also very beautiful. Shinro laughed, as if she was hinting at something, just as Shin Xiang had guessed. All the altar masters in the Thunder Moon altar were her clones. This damned demoness. She clearly looks so gentle and pleasant, without the slightest bit of charm. But why is she so alluring? Shin Xiang's heart was now somewhat shaken. It had been a long time since his mental fortitude had suffered such an impact. Sister Shinro, how many altar masters do you have? Shin Xiang asked. Your Pill Moon Altar Master's clone is so powerful in alchemy. Then can your main body also refine pills? I'm also alchemist. I have more than 100 clones, and their alchemy skills are about the same as mine. It's just that outsiders don't know about it. Shinro chuckled and said, Right now, I'm only telling you, younger brother Shin. I trust you a lot. Even my father doesn't know about this. Sister Shinro, if I didn't steal that pill, I would have been able to help you become king. Wouldn't that be considered as completing the contract? Shin Xiang asked. Chapter 43, 75. Shin Xiang seems to have understood that Xian Ro has the obsession of being conferred the title of king. This should be related to the environment she grew up in. After all, becoming a king of the Tianho race is a very rare thing. Furthermore, after becoming a duchess, she would be able to seize more opportunities to become stronger. The 10 kings of the Tianho race are much stronger than the other Tianho people. This is because they are all kings. Not only do they have a lot of resources, they also have enough strength to seize the opportunity to become stronger. Sister Xian Ro, haven't you thought of any other way? Shin Xiang asked. There's no other way. If I didn't have that pill, my strength would stop here. Then, as time passes, I will gradually grow old. I'm only one step away from that realm. Xian Ro said with a face full of grief. My father can help me. Only that pill can succeed. All right, I'll definitely do my best to obtain that pill. Shin Xiang said, Little brother Shin, you let me see hope. I'll bet everything on you. Xian Ro immediately grabbed Shin Xiang's hand as if she was grabbing onto a life-saving grass. She looked at Shin Xiang with a gentle and sincere gaze. Sister Xian Ro, if you succeed in being conferred the title of king, you have to help me do some things. Is that okay? Shin Xiang said, I have a lot of great plans that require the help of powerful forces. That's definitely not a problem. Xian Ro smiled and said, Then can you tell me about your great plans? It's a secret for now, Shin Xiang said with a smile. Little scoundrel, then can you tell Sister Xian Ro how many women you have? Xian Ro patted Shin Xiang's handsome face and said with a smile, You still look like a youth. How can you go around picking up flowers and messing around? I can't remember how many there are. Shin Xiang has never seriously counted. Humph, what a bad little scoundrel. Xian Ro snorted and said with a smile, All right, I'll arrange for people to help you dig up the heavenly jewels. After that, Shin Xiang talked about the Scarlet Dragon race again. After Xian Ro heard this, she also agreed to help the Red Dragon tribe settle down. Shen Xiang went outside the altar and released the Crimson Dragons. Following this, Shinro arranged for people to take the Crimson Dragons to the empty space near the Thunder Moon altar to build structures. Xian Ro drew out an area for the Red Dragon tribe to develop there. Shanxiang did not expect that he would be able to settle the Red Dragons so easily. This meant that he would have time to deal with all sorts of things. For example, he wanted to transform himself and create a different path of cultivation. He had said before that he wanted to refine the Tao origin crystal, heavenly Tao seed, and soul bestowment together. Then he would have to refine a pill with a pill spirit to increase his elemental power. Awakening the soul endowment was also very important. Right now, he needed to refine all the soul endowment energy he had collected into a single pill, if he were to refine it through the world-defying God furnace. Shenxiang himself would not be able to predict what would happen to that pellet in the end. Awaken the soul endowment first. In the quiet pill refining room, Shenxiang took out the world-defying God furnace and placed all the elemental power beads he had collected into the furnace. After putting them in, he began to operate the pill furnace. If it was in the past, the pill furnace would need to consume a large amount of heavenly jewels to operate. However, with Granny Linglong bringing along the life spirit energy crystal and fusing it into the pill furnace, the world-defying God furnace had a powerful energy source and no longer needed heavenly jewels. My path of cultivation should be to continuously improve my soul. Shenxiang pondered. Furthermore, I will refine all the things that are important to the body, such as the heavenly Tao seed and the Tao origin crystal, into the soul. He wanted to open up an energy space within his soul and store energy in his soul's energy space. This way, even if his body was destroyed, it wouldn't affect him at all. Shenxiang told Granny Linglong his thoughts. Little Master, don't you plan to cultivate your body? Granny Linglong asked. No matter what, the body is still very important. Of course. However, I want to refine my body into a divine weapon. Shenxiang laughed. This way, I don't need to follow other people's methods to cultivate my body. Chapter 4376. After Shenxiang took out the incomplete energy pill from his body, he placed it into the world-defying stage divine furnace to continue refining. Shenxiang originally thought that this energy pill was enough, but he did not expect that after the two soul endowments entered the furnace, they actually merged together and absorbed even more energy. If this goes on, it won't be long before all the energy is absorbed. Shenxiang said in surprise. After being refined in the world-defying stage divine furnace, the soul endowment's room for growth is even higher. Little Master, when two unawakened soul endowments fuse together, it will increase by a lot. Naturally, it will need to absorb a large amount of energy. Granny Linglong said, if there isn't enough energy for it to absorb, then the awakening will fail. Fail? Shenxiang was stunned and hurriedly asked, if it fails, what will happen? I'm not too sure. I'm just worried that this unawakened soul endowment will dissipate. Granny Linglong said, for soul endowments, awakening is equivalent to passing a tribulation, and failing to awaken means failing to pass the tribulation. But according to the speed at which the soul endowment absorbs energy, it's definitely not enough. Shenxiang had greatly underestimated the amount of energy absorbed by the soul endowment. Furthermore, he did not expect that after the two soul endowments entered the furnace, they would actually be refined into one. Little Master, I have an idea. Granny Linglong said, you should have heard that some weapon refiners even need to sacrifice themselves in order to refine good things. This is mainly because they encounter such situations when refining weapons. I've heard of it. There are some who only need to sacrifice their hands and feet to bring about good results. Shenxiang nodded. Don't tell me. I also need to sacrifice myself? What do I have to sacrifice myself? Your soul endowment. Granny Linglong said, don't you have another soul endowment? That soul endowment is also very strong now if you are willing to. Eye of the heart. Shenxiang rejected in his heart because the eye of the heart was very important to him. You sacrificed your own soul endowment. If the last soul endowment successfully awakens, it might inherit the Eye of the Heart's ability. Granny Linglong said, he might not inherit all the abilities of the Eye of Heart, or he might not inherit any abilities at all. Xinxiang sighed and said, I'm worried that even if I sacrifice the clear heart eye, I might not be able to awaken it in the end. That's possible, Granny Linglong said, but I don't have any good ideas right now. I can only take one step at a time. Xinxiang closed his eyes and immediately began to peel out the clear heart eye from his own soul fu sea of consciousness, and then placed it inside the world defying God furnace. Stripping the clear heart eye was still very painful, especially the pain that came from the depths of his soul. Xinxiang almost fainted. Right now he had even used the Eye of Insight. If it still didn't work, then he could only think of another way. In just 2 hours, the clear heart eye was almost completely absorbed by the unawakened soul endowment. However, that soul endowment still showed no signs of awakening. Xinxiang's heart turned cold. This soul endowment's appetite was much bigger than he had expected. However, this also meant that if this soul endowment were to awaken, it would be incredible. Therefore, no matter what, Xinxiang had to continue feeding this soul endowment. Otherwise, if he failed, his losses would be great. Xinxiang sensed that there was someone outside. Xian Rou had returned. Furthermore, Xian Rou had been outside his room the entire time, as if she was investigating something. After all, his world-defying God furnace was making quite a bit of noise, and the soul endowment that it was emitting was still very strong. Even if it was a proud world at this moment, even the divine furnace could not stop the fluctuations of the soul endowment from being transmitted out. Little master, the clear heart eye is about to be eaten up. Granny Linglong sighed. If it really doesn't work, then I'll do it. Grandma, wait a minute. Xinxiang said, I have a way. At this point, Xinxiang could only ask Xian Rou for help. He had promised Xian Rou that he would help her become king. And Xian Rou also had something to ask of him. Xinxiang controlled the door to the pill refining room to open, only to see Xian Rou outside in shock. The shocked expression on Xian Rou's face quickly disappeared and a gentle and sweet smile appeared. Little brother Xin, did I disturb you? Sister Xian Rou, I need your help, Xinxiang said in a serious tone. Xian Rou also walked into the pill refining room, closed the door, and set up a few more layers of enchantments. Her expression also gradually became serious as she said, Little brother Xin, what pill are you concocting? The commotion is too big. Fortunately, my Thunder Moon altar is still quite tight, so this kind of fluctuation did not leak out. Chapter 43-77. Xinxiang's research on soul talent had indeed not been going on for long. It was only after he came to the sacred domain that he started, and it was the Tian clan's mother who told him about soul talent. I don't know either. In short, I messed around and gradually understood a lot. Xinxiang said, Sister Xian Rou, you must believe me. I have a way to let you obtain soul talent. The Fu Yuan energy can cause the soul talent to grow and allow the soul talent to release a powerful force. I also know that the Fu Yuan energy is very important to the soul talent, but I don't have any at all. Things like soul talent are very rare. Are they all innate? Xian Rou shook her head. My father didn't either. He said that if he had a soul talent, his strength would increase even more. Although your father does not have a soul talent, he is very strong. Furthermore, the power of soul talent is varied, and some of them are simply unable to assist in battle. Xinxiang said, Little brother Xin, what kind of method do you use to let people obtain soul talent? Or rather, how do you let people obtain soul talent? Xian Rou really wanted to know. She said in a low voice, If it's not convenient to say, you don't have to say it. I have 2 methods. One is to use the Fu Yuan energy to nurture it. The other is to use a special soul talent to create it. Xinxiang said, using a large amount of Fu Yuan energy to nurture. The prerequisite was to collect a lot of Fu Yuan energy and then use the world-defying God furnace to refine these Fu Yuan energy. At the moment, Shen Xiang only thought that it was theoretically feasible. Shen Jinni had said before that Shen Jinni's lovesick soul talent could be split and replicated. This is the first time I've heard that Fu Yuan energy can be refined. Xianro looked at Shen Xiang's world-defying God furnace, her eyes continuously shooting out Fu Yuan energy and pouring it into the furnace. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that Fu Yuan energy could be refined inside the furnace. This could be said to be an eye-opener for her. Sister Xianro, how much Fu Yuan energy do you have left? Shen Xiang asked. There's still a lot. Don't worry, my Fu Yuan energy pool is very deep and it has accommodated a lot of Fu Yuan energy for many years. Because I don't usually use my elemental energy, I have been working hard to compress my elemental energy, so the quality of my elemental energy is very high. Xianro said. Shen Xiang didn't have a spirit endowment now, so his perception of elemental energy was very weak. Otherwise, he would have been able to sense that Xianro's elemental energy was very high quality. Compressing elemental energy? This is also equivalent to cultivation. What are the effects? Can it expand and deepen the elemental energy pool? Shen Xiang asked. No, it's as if the elemental energy pool is innately large. After so many years, it has only expanded a little. Xianro shook her head and said, My father said that the size of the elemental energy pool determines a person's talent. Talent can't be improved. I don't know if talent can be improved, but the elemental energy pool will definitely expand. Shen Xiang smiled. Sister Xianro, didn't you just say that after so many years, the elemental energy pool has expanded a little? That's right, but it's only a little bit. It's completely useless. Xianro shook her head. Shen Xiang knew how to expand the elemental energy pool, but the prerequisite was that he had a spirit endowment. Especially for someone like Xianro, who had a naturally large and deep elemental energy pool, she needed a spirit endowment to increase it. If it was an ordinary person, they would be able to easily and quickly increase their elemental energy pool by eating a pill with a pill spirit in the early stages. After reaching a certain level, the speed of improvement would slow down. Little brother Shin, you can let me have a spirit endowment. This seems to be a heaven-defying act that goes against the laws of nature. Will it affect you? Xianro said worriedly. For example, will there be a heavenly punishment or something like that? Or will it cause the 6 races of life spirit to chase after you? Kill? No. Shen Xiang was least afraid of heavenly punishment. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Xianro suddenly became excited. Spirit endowment was something she had always dreamed of. After I have a spirit endowment, I can enter a new realm and my strength will increase. Who knows? I might even be able to become a king. If that's the case, that's for the best. Shen Xiang laughed and said, Sister Xianro, if you have just obtained a spirit endowment, you will not become stronger for the time being. This is because the spirit endowment needs to be cultivated and adapted. You will have to dig out the power of the spirit endowment yourself in the future. It will be very difficult for me to help you with this. That's right, this kind of thing can't be rushed. If I can really obtain a spirit endowment, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Xianro was even more looking forward to it. Shen Xiang was currently looking at the changes inside the pill furnace. He realized that something was wrong. The spirit endowment that was being refined inside the world-defying God furnace had absorbed the clear heart's eye soul and also absorbed a large amount of Xianro's elemental energy. Naturally, it had become much stronger, but this also caused the unawakened spirit endowment's appetite to grow bigger and bigger. The unawakened spirit endowment that Shen Xiang was currently refining was like a bottomless pit. Furthermore, the more it absorbed and grew, the stronger the devouring power of the whole would become. Little brother Shin, the things in your pill furnace are too terrifying. Right now it's absorbing more and more of my elemental energy, and it's getting faster and faster. Xian Ro's expression became more and more serious. Following the loss of a large amount of elemental energy, she was no longer as spirited as before. It's not enough. Shin Xiang sighed. Sister Xian Ro, I underestimated the appetite of this thing. It's fine, I still have a lot of bodies. I'll gather all of my bodies right now. Xian Ro smiled lightly and said, all these years, I've been unable to expand the elemental energy pool, but I can transfer the elemental energy to other bodies. Shan Xiang also knew that Xian Ro had many clones, and they were all arranged by her to be the altar masters. Therefore, all of the altars under the Thunder Moon altar were under her control. Not many people knew about this matter. Maybe even her father didn't know about it. Not long after, the altar master of the Pill Moon altar arrived. Shen Xiang had seen him before, and then the other altar masters rushed over one after another. They were all considered Xian Ro's clones and were all very beautiful women. Most of their appearances were from Xian Ro's original body. With a slight change in her face, they looked like sisters. Chapter 4378. In the past 2 days, Xian Ro had also seen through it. She also knew that this kind of pill refining technique could not be learned, but she was very curious as to why a youth like Shin Xiang could do such a thing. This was because this kind of pill refining technique, no matter how she looked at it, did not seem like it could be refined by a youth. People with cultivation like Xian Ro were experienced and knowledgeable. They knew that Shin Xiang was a golden thigh. Therefore, she had to do her best to help Shin Xiang solve the most important problem at hand. Even if Shin Xiang did not say that he would help her obtain the soul, just based on Shin Xiang's pill refining skills and his promise to go to the heavenly Scarlet Dan King, she would definitely help Shin Xiang. Sister Xian Ro, my pill refining skills are very strange. I'm afraid only I can master them, Shin Xiang said. Although I can't teach you, I can guide you based on my experience. It should be of some help to you. Then I'll thank little brother Shin first. Xian Ro was very happy. Her laughter was very gentle and beautiful and said, my clones all know how to refine pills. If my pill refining skills improve, they will also improve. How great! Sister Xian Ro, why did you create so many clones? Are they all very strong? Won't this distract you? Shen Xiang looked at the 2 beautiful women beside the pill furnace. They were both Xian Ro's clones and were currently pouring their elemental energy into the world-defying God furnace. They were originally wearing masks, but after entering, they took them off. It was as if Xian Ro had purposely made them take off their masks for Shin Xiang to admire. Their appearances were somewhat similar to Xian Ro's, and they were also very beautiful. However, they lacked the gentle and warm feeling that Xian Ro had. I've been stuck at a bottleneck for many years. I can't continue to improve, so I can only cultivate clones. If I have enough clones and are strong enough, then it can be considered my strength. Xian Ro said, I don't have any other abilities, but I should be the strongest in the heavenly nightmare universe when it comes to cultivating clones and controlling clones. Sister Xian Ro is really amazing. Shin Xiang laughed. Of course, I'm very talented in this path. Xian Ro was quite proud. She smiled proudly and said, of course, others don't know, because these clones are my trump card. Shin Xiang had also witnessed how powerful Xian Ro was. Just cultivating these clones required a lot of time and energy. These clones were not as strong as her true self, but they could be of great help at critical moments. During battle, if I'm injured or exhausted, these clones can immediately provide me with assistance and allow me to quickly regenerate. Xian Ro said, I used this move to kill the experts of the 6 clans of Life Soul several times before. Ah, doppelgangers can be used like this? Shan Xiang said in surprise. Yes. Therefore, when I fight, I mainly fight with others to wear them down, and then I recover unexpectedly and catch them off guard. Shinro sighed softly and said, "Although it's a bit tiring, it's very effective. There's no other way. I'm not outstanding in any aspect, so I can only use this kind of bitter method. Sister Xanro, don't be modest." Shin Xiang chuckled and said, "You're already very powerful. It's only a matter of time before you surpass your father. Whether or not I can surpass my father will depend on little brother Shin." Xanro smiled and said, "I've placed all my hopes on you. If you say that, it will put a lot of pressure on me." Shen Xiang laughed and said, "Sister Xanro, I'll definitely do my best to help you. I keep having the feeling that you're not an ordinary child. I've checked your age. You're indeed a youth." Xanro pursed her lips and looked at Shen Xiang. "You'll know in the future," Shen Xiang said with a smile. "In short, I don't have any bad intentions towards Sister Xanro." Xanro only smiled lightly. She didn't believe that Shen Xiang didn't have any thoughts towards her, because with Xanro's large number of clones pouring in elemental energy, Shen Xiang felt much more relaxed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the time to chat with Xanro. From beginning to end, Xanro had arranged for more than 80 clones to pour in elemental energy in order to feed the unawakened soul inside the world, defying God Furnace. Shan Xiang, Granny Linglong, and little sister Xiao Jing were all looking forward to it at this moment. They wanted to see what kind of soul would awaken, what kind of ability it would have, and what kind of benefits it would bring to Xinxiang. "That's enough," Xanro laughed. "I didn't use up all of my clones, fortunately. I should be able to refine it soon." Shan Xiang was also looking forward to it. "Little brother Shin, can I continue to stay here? I want to see the results." Xanro looked at Shin Xiang. The gentle gaze made Shin Xiang unable to bear it. "Of course." Shin Xiang nodded. The world-defying God Furnace was trembling slightly because the unawakened soul inside was gradually awakening, releasing waves after waves of energy. "I've already had the people inside the Thunder Moon alter retreat, leaving only my clones to defend." Xanro said, "Even if it causes a lot of commotion, no one will suspect anything. After all, the Thunder Moon altar is a big altar. It's normal for it to cause a commotion." "Then I'm relieved," Shin Xiang said. After the world-defying God Furnace violently shook, the lid was suddenly blasted open by the energy inside. Chapter 43, 79. Shin Xiang did not know what would happen if the life soul entered his soul. Would it bring him special abilities like the soul endowment? In fact, he still hoped that the life soul could retain the ability of the mind's eye. He did not need the ability to strip emotions. As long as the mind's eye could see through the hearts of others, it would be fine. "Brother Shin, how long will it take for you to fuse with the life soul?" Shinro asked, "Will it take a long time? If it takes too long, I'll arrange for more avatars to protect you." "It won't take long. It'll be quick," Shin Xiang said. "I can feel that the life soul is rapidly fusing with me." If Shinro had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed that someone could refine a life soul. Although this life soul was very weak and could not compare to the life soul of the universe, it was already not bad to be able to refine it. She now knew why he had absorbed so much elemental energy. It was to nurture a life soul. The life soul that Shin Xiang had just refined was indeed very weak. It was only the size of a tiny. However, this life soul could grow. Most importantly, if Shen Xiang's soul were to fuse with this life soul, it would definitely become stronger. One had to know that the improvement of the soul was the most difficult. Under normal circumstances, before improving the soul, one needed to increase the strength of the body to be able to bear the weight of the powerful soul. This was equivalent to cultivating one's soul as well as one's body. Not only did it require a lot of energy, it also required a lot of time, resulting in slow progress. However, Shen Xiang was different from others. His body existed on top of a powerful soul. It was a body that carried the soul. Therefore, Shin Xiang's soul would not be restricted and could constantly grow stronger. This was also why Xinxiang had planned to refine the Tao origin crystal and heavenly Tao seed into his soul. This way he could cultivate his soul in peace. Therefore, Xinxiang's soul would be greatly strengthened after fusing with the life soul. It would not cause his body to be unable to withstand it. Your soul will definitely become stronger, but can your body withstand it? Shinro was very worried because she knew very well that cultivating the soul without a strong body would result in serious consequences if the body could not withstand it. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Xinxiang said, Sister Shinro, my cultivation is different from others. I mainly cultivate the soul. Ah, if the body is not strong, the soul can also be improved? Shinro said in shock, How is this done? I don't know, that's how I cultivate. Xinxiang said, What surprised Xinxiang was the soul fused with the life soul was fused to fuse with the life soul was much faster than he had expected. He originally thought that it would take half a day to complete. But who would have thought that in less than an hour, the life spirit would enter his soul endowment sea of consciousness? This is Shinro soul. Shinro, soul be a soul to soul to soul to soul. But this was a small life soul. Did it have the ability of a soul? With a thought, Xinxiang silently opened his clear mind eye. He did not expect to really feel the ability of the clear mind eye. He looked at Shinro, indicating that Shinro was someone he could trust. The ability of the clear mind eye had returned. However, the ability of the clear mind eye to see other people's emotions and deprive them was gone. Could it be that the evolution of the clear mind eye has been reversed by me? Xinxiang tried to sense the life soul. He wanted to know what abilities the life soul had. After all, it had evolved from the soul, so it should have some abilities. After trying it out, it was indeed effective. Inside the soul, see the life soul suddenly flickered and turned into a hexagonal array. It floated above the soul, see, and looked very big. In the middle of this hexagonal array was an eye. It was the clear mind eye from before. Xinxiang's consciousness was in the middle of this hexagonal array. He knew very well that this hexagonal array was formed by the life soul. The array was flickering with various colors. It looks a little like the divine mirror of 6 paths. Suddenly, something appeared in his mind. It was related to this life soul. Chapter 40, 380. Xianro was secretly happy that her decision to help Xinxiang was right. She had hesitated before as to whether she should pay such a huge price to help Xinxiang. In the end, she chose to help him. At that time, she did not think about how Xinxiang would repay her. She only knew that Xinxiang was a very talented alchemist, and it was not wrong to be close to him. Not long after, Xinxiang had allowed her to come into contact with the mysteries of the laws. She felt that it would not take long for her to comprehend the cultivation method of soul fu. What Xinxiang was puzzled about was why he cultivated all 6 paths. For example, he did not cultivate the demon Tao. And what was the fate Tao? What was the heavenly Tao? Among the 6 paths of laws, demon Tao, soul Tao, alchemy Tao, heaven Tao, endowment Tao, and fate Tao. Xinxiang believed that he had only cultivated the alchemy Tao, endowment Tao, and soul Tao. He did not have any contact with the other 3. Sister Xianro, have you grasped the breakthrough point? Xinxiang asked because he could see that Xianro had some comprehension of soul fu. It seems like I've grasped something, but I haven't. Xianro gently shook her head and frowned as she thought for a moment. Then she smiled sweetly and said, Actually, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Right now, my comprehension of soul fu is like taking root and sprouting. It's just the beginning. It can't be rushed. She was quite open-minded. No. Xinxiang shook his head and said, When it comes to comprehension, if you don't grasp the opportunity, you will miss it. I'm worried that it will be like this. If you miss it, then so be it. This kind of thing can only be encountered and not sought, isn't it? Xianro smiled and said, In any case, cultivating soul fu is not part of my cultivation plan. Now that I have some comprehension, it's good no matter how much it is. Sister Xanro, maybe your current elemental energy is too little, so you don't have a higher level of comprehension. Shanxiang felt that this was a possibility and said, "How about this? I'll help you recover your elemental energy now. When your elemental energy reaches the peak, you might have some new comprehension." "Ah, this isn't easy," Xanro said. "Even if I use my avatar's elemental energy to replenish it, it won't be enough." She still had a few clones that did not inject the elemental power into the world, defying God furnace. But those clones had less elemental power. Xanro's original body's elemental energy pool was very big. Those clones couldn't fill it at all. Xinxiang also knew that Xanro's elemental energy pool was extremely large. Otherwise, she wouldn't be close to the conferred emperor level. Right now, he was looking at Xanro with his clear eyes. He could clearly see how big Xanro's elemental energy pool was. However, it was close to drying up, so he felt a bit guilty. In order to help him refine the soul bestowment, Xanro had drained all of her bestowment energy pool. "I can refine pills." Xinxiang laughed. "Sister Xanro, if it's just refining heavenly Cordan or something like that, it's simply too wasteful for me." "Little brother Xin, what other pills can you concoct?" Xanro quickly asked. "I want to see it for myself." "Although you are from the heavenly nightmare universe, your soul is no different from ours," Xinxiang said. "The pills used to improve the soul should all be the same. Then I will refine the sacred soul pill." After that, Xinxiang briefly explained the effects of this pill. After Xanro finished listening, she hurriedly said, "Little brother Xin, don't be anxious. Our heavenly nightmare universe has a similar material that can produce a very strong soul power without a soul. It even contains elemental power." "Ah? It's just a medicinal ingredient, and it has such an effect?" Xinxiang said in shock. "A medicinal ingredient that contains elemental power? That's not a medicinal ingredient, but a strange crystal. As for how it was formed, we still haven't figured it out yet." As she spoke, Xanro took out a tree root that was over 3 meters long from her storage magic treasure. "Where is that crystal?" Xinxiang did not see it. "It's inside the tree root," Xanro said. "There are a lot of these trees in the heavenly nightmare universe. We dug up a lot of them and stored them." She dug out a piece from the tree root and handed it to Xinxiang. Xinxiang took it and looked at it carefully. He discovered that there were indeed many rice-sized crystals inside the tree root. Inside the crystal, there was indeed elemental power. "Then what kind of pill are you refining?" Xinxiang was pleasantly surprised as he asked. Maybe this is the key to increasing the elemental power and increasing the elemental power pool. "This material is very difficult to smelt, so we are unable to refine it into a pill. Furthermore, we are unable to extract the soul energy and elemental power from it." Xanro gently shook her head. Her gentle and beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Xinxiang. "Little brother Xin, maybe you have a way. You can even refine a soul, and you can even refine a small life spirit. It shouldn't be a problem for you to refine this kind of elemental root crystal." "Elemental root crystal? How long has it been since you discovered this thing? Has no one succeeded in refining it?" Xinxiang asked. "No. Even Dan King Tianho can't refine it." Speaking of Dan King Tianho, Xanro suddenly became excited and laughed. "Little brother Xin, if you succeed in refining it, maybe Dan King Tianho will trust you even more." Chapter 40, 381. What Xinxiang could not understand the most was why his spirit demon Dao was at the 5th step. What the hell was the heavenly Dao and fate Dao? They were actually at the 5th step. He really wanted the 6 Paths Life soul to tell him, but the 6 Paths Life soul did not send him any relevant information. This might require him to comprehend it himself. After that, Shen Xiang chatted with little sister Xiaojing and told her about his doubts. Big brother, the sixth life soul might not be complete. Little sister Xiaojing suddenly said to Shen Xiang, if it's not complete, I can't tell you too much. Why do you say that? How can it be considered complete? Shen Xiang asked. The world-defying God furnace is a small life soul, right? It turned into a divine furnace. Little sister Xiaojing said, and the six paths life soul is not like the world-defying God furnace. The heavenly nightmare life soul from before was also incomplete. That's true. Shen Xiang agreed with little sister Xiaojing's words. The reason why you were able to refine a small life soul is also because of the world-defying God furnace. The world-defying God furnace is a very powerful life soul to begin with. Furthermore, you are a person with a universal destiny, so you can create a life soul. Little sister Xiaojing said. However, the six life soul are not complete. Indeed. Shen Xiang sighed. I don't know how long it will take for the sixth life soul to grow. I have an idea. Big brother, didn't you say before that you wanted to refine the Dao Yuan crystal and the heavenly Dao seed into your soul? Little sister Xiaojing laughed. How about this? While you're at it, you can refine the sixth life soul into the six realms mirrors and let me fuse with it. Shen Xiang's eyes lit up. If little sister Xiaojing became a six paths life soul, wouldn't that be easy to communicate with? Right now, the sixth life soul did not have any consciousness, but little sister Xiaojing did. I can give it a try. Shen Xiang was eager to give it a try as well. If you succeed, you will be able to open up a space within your soul, and the six realms mirrors will be able to stay within your soul. Little sister Xiaojing was also very excited when she thought about it. Her tone was a little excited as she said, at that time, the six realms mirrors will become your soul's strongest defense. Of course, Shen Xiang was very clear about how strong the defense of the six realms mirrors was. At that time, his soul would become very strong again. In other words, he didn't need to cultivate it all to have an extremely strong defense. While communicating with little sister Xiaojing, unknowingly, the pills inside the world-defying God furnace had been refined. There were a total of 5 pills. Feeling the temperature of the pill furnace drop, Xian Ro hurriedly looked at Shen Xiang because it seemed to have stopped. From Xian Ro's point of view, refining this kind of pill was very, very difficult. Shen Xiang stopping was either a failure or a success. Is it done? Xian Ro asked softly. Of course it's done. Shen Xiang opened his eyes and said with a smile, there are 5 pills in total. It's not that difficult. Ah, what do you mean it's not that difficult? No one in our Tiandi race has ever succeeded. Xian Ro wrinkled her nose and chuckled. Little brother Shin, your words are too hurtful. Come, sister Xian Ro, quickly try it. Shen Xiang took out a pill from the pill furnace and placed it next to the beauty's red lips. Xian Ro also gently opened her beautiful lips. She first licked the transparent pill, then opened her mouth and sucked on it. It was unknown if she did it intentionally or unintentionally, but she sucked on Shen Xiang's finger. It was extremely seductive, causing Shen Xiang's mind to tremble. After eating that pill, she immediately sat down quietly and began to refine it. Sister Xian Ro, what kind of pill is this? Shen Xiang asked. Little brother Shin, this was refined by you. Of course, the name will be given by you. Xian Ro closed her eyes. At this moment, she was very excited because she could feel the extremely powerful effects of that pill. This pill originally contained elemental energy, and with the addition of the pill's spirit, its effects were naturally very obvious. Let's call it Xian Ro Yuan pill. Shen Xiang giggled. Little brother Shin, are you deliberately trying to please me? Xian Ro smiled tenderly. She opened her eyes, and her gentle and beautiful eyes contained a bit of hidden bitterness. She glanced at Shen Xiang and was extremely seductive. Sister Xian Ro, how is the effect of this pill? Xinxiang smiled and said, "Although this pill was refined by me, you were the first to eat it. Of course, it will be named after you. The effect is very good. My elemental energy is obviously recovering," Xianro exclaimed. "Maybe just one pill will be able to restore my elemental energy to full." Chapter 40, 382. Dan King Tian, ye should be here soon. Little brother Shin, you must be someone who can do great things. The things you want to do will definitely be great. Xianro said, "No matter what, I will definitely help you." Although she did not say it, Xinxiang knew that she was very concerned about Dan King Tian Yi's special pill. This was because, after eating it, she would have the strength of a king. Otherwise, she would not know when she would be able to break through. After eating Dan King Tian Yi's pill, the power he obtained would be able to fight against the experts of the 6 clans of Life Soul and prove his strength. Sister Xianro, is Dan King Tian Yi's pill really that useful? After eating it, will you really be able to break through? Xinxiang was also very curious as to what kind of pill it was. "It's really useful," Xianro nodded. "She never lies, it's just a pity that she's also very persistent about that pill." "Is there any example to prove it?" Xinxiang frowned. "You can't just believe that the pill is useful just because she's trustworthy. My father said so, and a few of the kings have said it before. In addition, Dan King Tian Yi has a good relationship with people and is also very beautiful, so what she said should be true." Xianro said, "You guys are too childish." Xinxiang curled his lips and said, "Just because she's good-looking and has a good relationship with people? Just because she thinks her pill is useful? Her pill is not for us to eat. She wants to eat it herself. Furthermore, she wants to eat that pill and perish together with a very strong person from the Life Soul 6 clans." Xianro sighed softly. There were also some kings who tried to persuade her to give this pill to the younger generation. This way, our Tiani race would have one more expert, but she refused. "All right." Xinxiang spread out his hands and said, "Sister Xianro, you should first properly refine the elemental energy, then go and comprehend the spirit, and see if there's any way to cultivate it. You must not place all your hopes of breaking through on a pill that has never been proven to be effective." "I know." Xianro laughed softly. "If that pill is useless, there's still little brother Shin. Little brother Shin's alchemy skills are so high, he will definitely be able to refine a pill that can help me break through." Xinxiang only smiled. He didn't know where Xianro's bottleneck was, so he couldn't say what pill to concoct. "Big sis Xianro, have you gathered the heavenly jewels I need?" Xinxiang asked. "If I do, I need to leave for a period of time and send the heavenly jewels back. I'll get my clone to hand it over to you." "I've already arranged for my clone to do it," Xianro said. She had many clones, and although most of them had consumed a lot of elemental energy, they could still move. Xianro's doppelgangers were all altar masters. Using these altar masters to collect heavenly jewels would not be too fast. Therefore, Xinxiang only needed to wait for those doppelgangers to arrive. Not long after, Xianro's doppelgangers arrived one after another. They were all beauties, and they were all queuing up. They gave Xinxiang a lot of storage magic treasure S, all of which contained a lot of heavenly jewels. "Little brother Shin, if you still need them, I will let them continue to collect." Xianro said, "This doesn't require me to pay anything. At most, I'll just open the altar and let them stay in it for a while before collecting the heavenly jewels." In the past, they needed heavenly origin crystal, but now that Xianro had changed it to collecting heavenly jewels, they could quickly collect them. The Tianwu people were all very strong, so it was indeed very fast for them to dig up heavenly jewels. To them, heavenly jewels were useless and easy to obtain. As long as they collected a certain number of heavenly jewels, they would be able to enter the altar to cultivate. This was equivalent to earning for free more than 30 trillion heavenly jewels. That's enough. That's enough. Xinxiang let little sister Xiao Jing count them and gather them in the 6 realms mirrors. Next, he would use the 6 realms mirrors to seal the spatial door and use it to negotiate with the Tianwu race. Shen Xiang got little sister Xiao Jing to create a very domineering dragon mask and then left the Thunder Moon altar. Before leaving, he gave Xian Ro a communication talisman. The Tianwu people had yet to master the communication talisman of the world-defying stage universe, so they still needed some time to adapt. Therefore, when they contacted each other, they needed to use some special sound transmission array. Xian Ro gave Shen Xiang a lot of Heavenly Jewels origin ginseng because Shen Xiang wanted to help her refine the Heavenly Jewels origin pill. Since his Holy Spirit Dan puppet was very free right now, he would let the Holy Spirit Dan puppet refine it. After Shen Xiang left the Thunder Moon altar, he immediately rushed to the location of the spatial door. That spatial door had been smashed down by a dragon egg, and now it was a huge sinkhole. When Shen Xiang rode the 6 realms mirrors and flew over, he could still see a large number of flying shuttles flying out of the huge sinkhole. "Little sister mirror, it's up to you," Shen Xiang said. The 6 realms mirrors flew to a very high position and then suddenly grew bigger. Many images floated on the surface of the mirror, as if countless mountains and rivers were gushing out from the huge 6 realms mirrors. In the blink of an eye, the world-defying mountain and river diagram was like a mirage, enveloping the sky above the Scarlet Dragon Island. Many of the Tianwu people saw it, and some of the Tianwu royal family members even rode their flying shuttles high up in the sky, wanting to come into contact with illusions of the world-defying mountain and river diagram. Chapter 4383. The 6 realms mirrors floating above the sky cavern suddenly shot out a large white light. In just a short moment, no more shuttles flew out from the spatial door in the depths of the sky cavern. "It's a success." Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. "It's easier than I imagined. I'll continue absorbing the heavenly jewels and store more." Shen Xiang also calmed down now. He then took out the golden dragon mask and waited for the king of the Tianwu people to come over to negotiate. This spatial door was very important to the Tianwu people, and Shen Xiang was confident that he could seal it for a long time. Shen Xiang stood on top of the 6 realms mirrors. The enlarged 6 realms mirrors floated in the air like an island in the sky, surrounded by empty space. As long as they flew into the air, they would be able to see Shen Xiang standing there wearing a mask. Some of the powerful Heavenly Nightmare Imperial family members could fly into the air and see Shen Xiang, but they were unable to land because the 6 realms mirrors would bounce them all away. An hour later, Shen Xiang received a message from Xian Ro. "Little brother Shen, a very big thing appeared in the sky above the Scarlet Dragon Island. There are also many illusions that enveloped the entire Scarlet Dragon Island." Xian Ro said, "What exactly happened? Do you know anything about the Scarlet Dragon Island?" "That thing is blocking our spatial door." "Sister Xian Ro, how's the situation over there?" Shen Xiang asked. "As long as you're not affected, you don't have to worry." "Then what is it?" "My father found out about this and rushed back." Xian Ro said, "I want to investigate some information and then tell my father. It might be the legendary divine Lord Scarlet Dragon." Shen Xiang said, "The Scarlet Dragon Island has been occupied by someone, so the divine Lord Scarlet Dragon has descended." "Huh." Xian Ro thought for a moment and understood. She sighed. "Our Thunder Moon altar is willing to coexist peacefully with the humans on the island. However, the same cannot be said for the Fire King Manor. This kind of thing is hard to say. Although the Heavenly Nightmare universe is very strong, there are also experts in the world-defying stage universe." Shen Xiang said, "Father and the others should be able to handle it." Xian Ro herself could not handle these things because she knew that the spatial door was very strong. A power that could seal the spatial door was not something she could shake. She also told her father, the Heaven's Eye Thunder King, about what Shen Xiang had said. Shen Xiang was also wielding the green dragon demon slayer. He was trying his best to release the aura of a powerful red dragon. This was because he had approached Sky Thunder King before. He did not want Sky Thunder King to recognize his aura. Not long after, an extremely huge bolt of lightning rushed over from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying might. Moreover, it was accompanied by waves of lightning and thunder. On the other side, there was a huge ball of flames that flew down from the sky. They were all rushing toward Xinxiang. Sister Mirror, can you block it? Xinxiang felt a lot of pressure. Yes. Xiao Jing said, it's just that it will consume a lot of heavenly jewels. I have collected quite a lot just now, and now it will consume at least half of it. Boom! Lightning and flames both struck the divine mirrors of Six Paths' protective shield at the same time. Lightning and flames flashed wildly, setting off a huge wave of lightning and fire in the sky. Although the commotion above the divine mirrors of Six Paths was huge, the divine mirrors of Six Paths, which had become extremely huge, did not move at all. It was the Heavens' Thunder King and the Heavens' Nightmare Fire King. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to break through the barrier of the divine mirrors of Six Paths. Heavens' Fire King and Heavens' Thunder King were shocked to the extreme. This was because, from what they knew, the sacred domain of the world-defying stage universe should not possess this kind of power, unless it was the 6 clans of Life Soul. However, the 6 clans of Life Soul would not block the spatial door. The 6 clans of Life Soul wanted to see their Heavenly Ho race fight with the Heavenly Ho Orcs. Are you the divine Lord Scarlet Dragon? The one who spoke was the Heavens' Thunder King. He stood on the flying shuttle, and his voice came down like thunder. You occupied my Scarlet Dragon Island. I blocked your spatial door. That's not too much, right? Xinxiang sneered. Heavens' Thunder King and Heavens' Fire King. They could both see that Xinxiang was wearing a golden dragon mask. Xinxiang was also wearing a long robe, so it was impossible to tell what was going on. Behind the Heavens' Thunder King was Emperor Xiao. Behind the Heavens' Fire King was Crazy Emperor. Chapter 40, 384. Heavens' Thunder King was threatening Heavens' Fire King. If Heavens' Fire King did not agree, then he would definitely complain to Crazed Emperor. At that time, Heavens' Fire King would definitely be punished by Crazed Emperor. Crazed Emperor and the others were delayed in coming to the world-defying stage universe because of Heavens' Fire King. They would definitely vent their anger on Heavens' Fire King. Lowly thing, just you wait. Heavens' Fire King said ruthlessly to Xinxiang. Right now, he could only agree to sign the soul contract. Xinxiang had originally wanted to ask for more, but when he thought about how some of the conditions were not something that the 2 kings could agree to, he could only give up on the idea. Right now, being able to take down the Scarlet Dragon Island was already the greatest harvest. Following that, Heavens' Thunder King and Heavens' Fire King both signed soul contracts with Xinxiang. Xinxiang only removed the seal on the spatial door, and the 6 realms mirrors continued to float in the air. This was because the 6 realms mirrors wanted to continue releasing the world-defying stage mountain and river diagram to absorb the heavenly jewels beneath the Scarlet Dragon Island. After the spatial door opened, a large number of flying shuttles continued to fly out. Xinxiang also did not have enough ability, otherwise he would have blocked the Heavens' Beastman's spatial door and prevented them from coming over. He could only block one of them. If he did not allow the Heavens' Beastmen to come over, then there would be no one to suppress the Heavens' Beastmen. Heavens' Fire King and Heavens' Thunder King also left one after another. They wanted to gather their subordinates and have them evacuate the Scarlet Dragon Island. Xian Ro was the first to receive this news. Then, she immediately used the communication talisman to contact Xinxiang. Little brother Shen, I'm leaving the Scarlet Dragon Island. That divine Lord Scarlet Dragon won't allow us to stay on the Scarlet Dragon Island. Xian Ro sighed softly. We still don't know where we're going, so we'll keep in touch. Sister Xian Ro, has your father not decided where to go yet? Xinxiang asked. He had also thought about whether the Heaven's Eye race would choose to land on land, but after considering that the ocean was the largest in the Saint Profound Star. Furthermore, there were a large number of heavenly origin crystals in the sea, so they definitely wouldn't choose to go to land. With their ability and numbers, it was not difficult for them to fill up islands in the sea. The Heavens oyster orcs were planning to fill the sea and build an island. My father only said that he will choose a suitable sea area and then build an island. Xian said, perhaps us altar masters also need to build our own islands. Have you ever considered leaving the sea? Xinxiang asked. There are many heavenly source crystals in the sea. Moreover, the space door of the heavenly oyster orcs is at the bottom of the sea, and it's spewing out a lot of heavenly nightmare power into the sea, so we can't leave for now. Xian said. This was just as Xinxiang had guessed. The Tianwu people and the Tianwu orcs would not leave the Sea of Azure Waves. Sister Xian, let's keep in touch. If Pil King Tianho comes, I'll go find you immediately. Then you arrange for me to get close to her. Xinxiang said. Good. My father said that the other dukes will be here soon. The Heavenly Dan King should be here soon. Xian was also looking forward to it, because she believed that Xinxiang would be able to obtain the Heavenly Dan King's pellet. As for Xinxiang, he also wanted to take advantage of this period of time to improve himself. When the time came to face the Heavenly Dan King, he would be even stronger. Although Xian said that the Heavenly Dan King was a very gentle woman, Xinxiang had never seen her before, so he had to be on guard. After all, she was a duke and was still very strong. Xinxiang had to be prepared. He now had 6 life spirits, but this life spirit was still weak. Often weak, the 6 life souls in his soul were also a part of his strength. However, because it was too weak, he had to be even more cautious. He had to protect this little life spirit well. Therefore, what he needed to do next was to fuse the 6 life spirits with the 6 realms mirrors and let little sister Xiao Jing fuse with the 6 life spirits. This way, Xinxiang would be able to understand more about the 6 Tao laws through little sister Xiao Jing. Xinxiang contacted the Great Kuan sect, but Du Hai only said that everything was calm and that no Tianwu people had invaded them. It was the same for the Shun family, but not for the Tianmu Sacred Palace. The Tianmu Sacred Palace mistress told Xinxiang that the 6 paths sacred gates were secretly moving and had secretly formed a very powerful force. Chapter 40, 385. Xinxiang is still above the Scarlet Dragon Island. He wants to supervise the evacuation of the Tianho people. Not long after Xian contacted Xinxiang, Yanqing also used the communication talisman to contact Xinxiang. Brother Xin, are you still at the Scarlet Dragon Island? Yanqing asked. I wasn't here during this period of time. What's the matter? Xinxiang is worried that Yanqing will look for him, so he can only pretend that he is not here. Something big happened on the Scarlet Dragon Island. If you have time now, I can tell you about it. Yanqing said. Tell me, what's the big deal? Xinxiang naturally knows what the big deal is. Furthermore, he was the one who planned this big deal. Yanqing is indeed talking about the evacuation of the Tianho people from the Scarlet Dragon Island, as well as the 6 realms mirrors and the world-defying mountain and river diagram above the Scarlet Dragon Island. Brother Yan, where are you going next? Xinxiang asked. Yanqing's altar is specifically responsible for gathering information. His altar is filled with all kinds of spies. Therefore, Xinxiang also hopes to obtain some useful information from Yanqing. It should be the sea. We have to build our own islands, Yanqing said, because there are many heavenly origin crystals in this sea. If we want to obtain those heavenly origin crystals, we have to leave this sea. Brother Yan, we will meet again in the future. Shanxiang suddenly thought of the pill King Tian Ho and asked, "All right, I want to ask Brother Yin, how much do you know about the pill King Tian Ho?" Pill King Tian Ho? My understanding is limited. After all, she is a duke. Information about her is not something that people of my status can come into contact with. Yan Qing said, "I only know that she is the #1 beauty of our Tian Ho race. Many dukes have pursued her before. Even Crazy Emperor seems to be interested in her. Crazy Emperor wants to pursue her." Xinxiang is very shocked. "Not only Crazy Emperor. I heard that Emperor Shao from our camp also pursued her. However, Pill King Tian Ho blocked them outside the door." Yan Qing said, "Brother Xin, why are you suddenly asking about this? It's nothing. When I went to the Thunder Moon altar before, I heard people talking about it, so I was a little curious. Because I am also a pill refiner myself, I want to know more." Xinxiang laughed. "Other than these, is there anything else that Tian Ho Dan King does not know? She has a pill. It is said that as long as you eat it, you will have the strength of a king." Yan Qing said, "This is also something that many people know. Therefore, many people wanted to obtain this pill. Even the heavens, oyster beast men, want it." Shanxiang already knew this, but Xinxiang wanted to verify it with Yan Qing. Xian Ro had also talked about Pill King Tian Ho, but she had never mentioned that the Tian Ho beastmen also wanted that pill. Even the Tian Zhong beastmen want it? Where did this news come from? Shenxiang felt a little strange. "They're all rumors." Yan Qing said, "We're just nobodies who listen to these things for fun. Brother Yan, if it's possible, please help me investigate Pill King Tian Ho, even if it's just rumors." Xinxiang said, "I'll try my best. See you later." Yan Qing said, "Goodbye. Take care." Xinxiang also bid farewell to Yan Qing. Xinxiang now knew why Xianro was in such a hurry to obtain that pellet. It was because everyone was thinking about Tian Ho Dan King's pellet, so she had to make a move quickly. If someone else obtained it, she would miss this opportunity. "Little master, be careful of Life Soul Palace," Granny Linglong reminded him. "You refined a small life soul and caused such a big commotion here. Life Soul Palace might already know about it." Yeah, that damned Life Soul Palace. Shenxiang knew that this was a huge hidden danger, and it was even caused by the great Life Soul. If the people from Life Soul Palace appear, you'd better keep a low profile, unless your 6 life soul successfully fused with the 6 realms mirrors. Granny Linglong warned Xinxiang because she knew that if a small life soul suddenly appeared in the world-defying stage universe, Life Soul Palace would be able to sense it. "I'll do it as soon as possible." After being reminded by Granny Linglong, Shenxiang also had to fuse his small life soul with the 6 realms mirrors, so he could only temporarily stop using the 6 realms mirrors to absorb the Scarlet Dragon Island's heavenly jewels. After putting away the 6 realms mirrors, Xinxiang found a quiet place in the Scarlet Dragon Island. Then he went deep underground and opened up a space. After setting up a barrier, he began to proceed. First, let the 6 life soul fuse with little sister Xiaojing's soul. Only when this step was successful could he begin the next step. What Shenxiang and Little Mirror did not expect was that they thought it was very difficult, but they did not expect it to be completed very easily. "Big brother, wait a moment. I need to digest the memories of the 6 life soul." Little sister Xiaojing said, "I am now a 6 life soul. Although it was very easy, it still took 3 days." Next, Xinxiang wanted to refine his own Dao Yuan crystal and heavenly Dao seed into his soul and open up an energy space in his soul. Chapter 40, 386. Granny Linglong had previously told Xinxiang about the existence of the Life Spirit Palace and that they would make a move soon. As expected, they really did make a move, and they were even working together with the 6 Paths Sacred Gate. Behind the 6 Paths Sacred Gate was the Life Spirit 6 Races. Although the Six Paths divine mirrors had been abandoned by the Life Spirit Six races for a period of time, they seemed to have reconnected with the Life Spirit Six races. Shen Xiang guessed that the Six Paths Sacred Gate and the Life Spirit Palace were still unable to absorb the energy of the Heavenly Origin Crystal, so they needed the Heavenly Jewels. The Scarlet Dragon Island had a large number of Heavenly Jewels, and the reason why there were so many Heavenly Jewels was because of the preciousness of the Scarlet Dragon Island. Although the Scarlet Dragon race could not defeat the Six Paths Sacred Gate, they could still hide, and they were hiding well. The people of Tianwu who were originally on the Scarlet Dragon Island had already left. The flying shuttles that flew out of the sinkhole would not land on the Scarlet Dragon Island. Therefore, the Scarlet Dragon Island was now empty. The Life Spirit Palace also knew about the existence of the Scarlet Dragon race, but in their opinion, the Scarlet Dragon race was nothing to worry about. The Six Paths Sacred Gate and the Life Spirit Palace both knew about the existence of the Scarlet Dragon God from the people of Tianwu, but they did not care about it at all. They all believed that the reason why the Scarlet Dragon God was able to make the people of Tianwu retreat was because he used the energy of the Scarlet Dragon Island to seal the space door, which made the people of Tianwu compromise. But their Life Spirit Palace was not a threat, and they were so strong that they did not need to be afraid of the Scarlet Dragon God. In addition, the Six Paths Sacred Gate knew that the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and the Vermilion Bird Tender Thread had appeared here, so they wanted to occupy this place and slowly search for the two divine weapons. The upper echelons of the Six Paths Sacred Gate all felt that the Green Dragon Demon Slayer should be in the hands of the Scarlet Dragon God. After Xin Xiang came out from the ground, he immediately contacted the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. "Where are those guys?" Xin Xiang asked. "I'll go find them now." "Dragon Master, you're going directly?" The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was surprised. "I'll go see how strong they are first." Xin Xiang said, "They did send people, but not all of their experts have come. I can handle it." The Scarlet Dragon tribe leader said a location, which was also a forest. Because the energy aura of the Heavenly Jewels was the strongest there, they believed that there was a large amount of Heavenly Jewels under that location, which was why they chose that location. Speaking of which, after Little Mirror became the Six Paths Life Soul, she fused with the Divine Mirror of Six Paths. The Six Realms mirrors had also undergone a great change, especially in terms of ability. The Six Realms mirrors was hidden inside Shen Xiang's soul. Even if he did not release the Six Realms mirrors, Shen Xiang could still use a portion of the Six Realms mirrors' abilities. The Six Realms mirrors then transformed into a clone. Standing on top of this clone, Shen Xiang was able to fly in the sky, and his speed was not slow either. The reason why the Divine Mirror of Six Paths could produce clones was because it had fused with the Six Paths Life Soul. According to Little Sister Xiao Jing, the Six Realms mirrors could now split into 6 clones, but it was still very weak at the moment. If they were all cultivated to large success, the clones would also be very strong. 6 clones plus the original body. That would be 7 Six Realms mirrors. Shen Xiang thought that if he could reach this step in the future, his Six Realms mirrors would be invincible. What surprised Shen Xiang the most was that the 6 cultivation levels of the Six Realms mirrors were all very uniform. All 6 of them were 20, which was even higher than Shen Xiang. "Big brother, I'll talk to you about the 6 paths of cultivation when I have time." Little Mirror laughed. "I've learned a lot now. After fusing with the Six Paths Life Soul, I've received a huge improvement." "That's great. Little Sister Mirror, you've become stronger. I won't be under so much pressure in the future." Before, Shen Xiang had only planned to refine a relatively strong soul. He did not expect it to develop to this point. Although it was out of his control, it was all in a good direction. Not long after, Shen Xiang arrived at the location of the Life Soul Palace. The Life Soul Palace and the Six Paths Sacred Gates had joined forces, but they were not together. They were a distance away from each other, building their own city. This place is close to the coast. There are a lot of big ships by the sea. Even the guys from the Life Soul Palace can't fly. These guys are too weak. Shen Xiang flew around the vicinity and saw that there were over 100 large ships docked by the shore. Their total number of people added up to more than 100,000, and most of them were here to work. It wasn't easy for me to chase away the Tianwu people, and now these guys are here. Shan Xiang looked at the city they were building. Their speed was also very fast, and now it had a certain scale. They clearly know that the Scarlet Dragon Island has a divine Lord Scarlet Dragon, yet they still want to come here and take over their territory. They really don't know what's good for them. Shin Xiang flew to the sea, and when the distance was about right, he stopped and allowed himself to land on the surface of the sea. Fine, I'll let you guys try the power of by whose frightening fan. Shin Xiang took out a folding fan, opened it, and immediately began to fan it. Chapter 40, 387. The people of Soul Palace and Six Paths Sacred Gate were furious. Who were they? Besides Tianwu, they were the strongest faction in the sacred realm. Someone actually dared to provoke them. I am God Lord Scarlet Dragon. Scarlet Dragon Island is my territory, and I am the island master. Tianwu acted presumptuously in my Scarlet Dragon Island and was chased away by me. Where did you bunch of mongrels come from? Who gave you the courage to be arrogant in front of me? Shin Xiang had already put on the golden dragon mask. God, Lord, Scarlet Dragon? Of course, Six Paths Sacred Gate and Soul Palace knew. Because of the huge commotion in Scarlet Dragon Island, how could they not know? However, they did not take it to heart. They believed that God, Lord, Scarlet Dragon's strength was limited. At most, he could only seal the space gate. Otherwise, he would have already killed Tianwu, so they were not afraid. But now, Shan Xiang had flattened the city they built. Even their ships were washed ashore and heavily damaged. Without a ship, it would be difficult for them to leave Scarlet Dragon Island. Soul Palace and Six Paths Sacred Gate went silent after knowing that the other party was God, Lord, Scarlet Dragon, because they knew that they had underestimated God, Lord, Scarlet Dragon's strength. Now, they did not know how strong the other party was, but they could not back down now. When they spoke just now, they were very arrogant. If they were afraid now, how could they face their subordinates? One must know that they had brought many people here. The city they built was washed away, and their ships were destroyed. If they did not do anything, they would be looked down upon by their subordinates. Chen Xiang had already calculated that the people who led the Life Soul Palace and the Six Paths Sacred Gate to the Scarlet Dragon Island were not the strongest group. They were also strong, but they were not that strong. I say, you bunch of dogs, have you thought of your last words? Shin Xiang said, I gave you so much time to leave behind your last words. That is already very benevolent. The shore that had just been swept by the huge waves echoed with Shen Xiang's voice. Many people were stunned by the huge waves just now, and now they all reacted. That terrifying wave was man-made. Building a city in someone else's territory, and their leader was still so arrogant. It was normal for someone to take revenge on him. Listen up, God Lord Crimson Dragon. I am one of the 10 battle sages of the Six Paths Holy Gate, Battle Sage Ziwei. If you know what's good for you, kneel before me and admit your wrongdoings. I can let you die a more comfortable death. Ziwei said loudly. His voice was filled with killing intent. However, in Shin Xiang's opinion, this was just posturing. Battle Sage Ziwei was a woman, and her strength was indeed very strong. Especially when she released a strong killing intent just now, many people would feel fear after hearing her voice. But Shan Xiang didn't feel anything. God, Lord Crimson Dragon, I am the Qilin protector of Life Soul Palace. You have no chance of winning against me and Battle Sage Ziwei. You destroyed the city we built, destroyed our warships. We won't let you off so easily. If you want to die a comfortable death, help us build a city and repair our warships. We will allow you to kill yourself. Qilin Protector also said loudly, "The Six Paths Holy Gate is the strongest force in the sacred realm." Zi Wei continued, "If you provoke us, only death awaits you. If your attitude is not bad, we can let you choose the way you want to die. Our Life Spirit Palace is a force supported by the great life spirit of the world-defying universe. We represent the great life spirit of the world-defying universe to maintain the order of the sacred realm. If you go against our Life Spirit Palace, you will be going against the great life spirit. You will be going against the order of the world-defying universe." Qilin Protector shouted confidently, "Aren't you saying so much to make me feel that you are very strong? But in my eyes, you are no different from trash." After Xin Xiang finished speaking, he flew towards the direction of the voice. His speed was also very fast. Not long after, he saw Battle Sage Ziwei. She was wearing golden armor and had a pretty face. She was very pretty. However, her face is cold and ruthless. In Shen Xiang's eyes, her appearance is very ugly. The Qilin Protector is also with her. The Qilin Protector is an old man wearing a purple gold Qilin armor. He looks very mighty and majestic. He is also filled with killing intent. At this moment, they are all standing on top of a huge warship. The warship was washed ashore by the huge waves. Now that the waves have receded, the warship is unable to move on the shore. They all saw that Xin Xiang is flying in the air, stepping on a translucent hexagonal array. In fact, that array is the clone of the Six Realms mirrors. To be able to fly in the sacred realm and at a very fast speed, this caused the Qilin Protector and Zi Wei to be secretly shocked. In the sacred realm, it was very difficult to fly without relying on flying magic treasures, unless it was a powerful divine beast. Trash of the Six Paths, Holy Gate, let me ask you a question. Previously, your people came to the Scarlet Dragon Island. I have already killed that group of people. I remember that there is a guy called Holy Senior Golden Scale. Do you know him? Shen Xiang said, "He seems to be called Huang Jinlin." Chapter 40, 388. There were many people from Six Paths, Sacred Gate, and Life Spirit Palace this time. Although the divine mirror of Six Paths flew out and harvested most of the souls, there were still some that escaped. Shen Xiang did not continue to chase after them. After all, he had achieved the effect he wanted. Those that escaped were just lucky shrimps. When they returned, they would definitely spread the news. The Scarlet Dragon Island had a god, Lord Scarlet Dragon, who killed Battle Sage Zi Wei and Saint Sovereign Jinlin of Six Paths, Sacred Gate. Even the Qilin Protector of Life Spirit Palace was killed. As such, the Scarlet Dragon Island's god, Lord Scarlet Dragon's name, was completely spread. Shen Xiang was not afraid of the Six Paths, Sacred Gate, and Life Spirit Palace coming again. After all, the Scarlet Dragon Island was still empty, and the people of the Scarlet Dragon race could hide well. Even if the Six Paths, Sacred Gate, and Life Spirit Palace arrived on the island, they would not be a threat to the Scarlet Dragon race. Previously, the Scarlet Dragon race did not suffer any losses in the Fire Palace. Tianwu was stronger than the Life Spirit Palace and Six Paths, Sacred Gate. Even they could not destroy the Scarlet Dragon race, let alone the Six Paths, Sacred Gate. Little Sister Jing, how's the harvest this time? Shen Xiang looked at the divine mirror of Six Paths flying back and then turned into a ray of light that entered his soul. I'm full. Little Sister Jing giggled and said, although these guys' souls are not as good as Tianwu's, they're still not bad. The Six Paths life spirit was still very weak, but devouring souls could make them stronger. If it was in the past, Shen Xiang would need to collect a large amount of souls to refine the Saint Spirit pills for the demonic ape dragon and the others. Because the world-defying stage divine furnace had devoured Tian Wu's small life spirit, the pills that were refined now all had a pill spirit. After eating the pill spirit, the soul would be strengthened even more. Shanxiang only needed to refine a few Tianwu yuan pills for the demonic ape dragon and the others to eat every once in a while. The group of demonic ape dragons had improved a lot during the time that they followed Shanxiang. They were also Xiang's research subjects. Shanxiang also wanted to create a powerful race that could dominate the universe. The demonic ape dragon and the scarlet dragon race were one of his plans. He planned to start by modifying the red dragons and the demonic ape dragons. After that, they would be a new species. At that time, they would all have the same characteristics. Xiang still hadn't figured out where to start. The Crimson Dragon Island should be peaceful for a while. Even if Six Dao, Saint Gate, and Life Spirit Palace wanted to come, it would take them at least 8 to 10 days, right? Xiang floated in the air and looked down at the broken pieces of the ship. Big brother, when are you heading to Pil King Tianho's place? Xiao Jing asked. Xiang had mentioned this to her before. After all, this was an agreement between him and Xianro. If he really helped Xianro this time, then their relationship would become even closer. With Xianro's help, he could let Xianro deal with the Six Dao, Sacred Gate, and Soul Life Palace if they came to harass him again. I can set off now. Xiang contacted the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and told him to lead his clansmen to secretly dig for heavenly jewels and hide for the time being. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch listened to Xiang very much because he had already seen the divine might of the Scarlet Dragon Divine Lord many times. The other clansmen of the Scarlet Dragon race were also the same. Even such a powerful person like Tianho was chased away by Xiang. This kind of power made them even more reverent. Xiang took out the communication talisman and contacted Xianro. Sister Xianro, where are you? I want to find you. Xiang said, have you found out about the situation with Pil King Tianho? Don't worry, I'll make arrangements for her. Xianro smiled and said, little brother Xin, I built a small island in the sea. It's just right for you to come now. Xianro told Xiang that her island was at the southern end of the Crimson Dragon Island. Xiang immediately rushed over. Sister Xianro, Emperor Shao, have you ever pursued Pil King Tianho? Xiang had already set off. One of the 6 realms mirrors clones carried Xiang and flew at an extremely fast speed. My father suspected it before, but he wasn't sure. Xianro said, it's not strange even if Emperor Shao pursues Pil King Tianho. Who asked that woman to be so beautiful and charming? Oh right, do the Tianho beastmen know about the Pil King Tianho's pill? Xiang said, I think so. Someone from the Tianho beastmen came to spy on them. I'm not sure how much information they have. Xianro sighed. So I'm very worried that the pill will fall into the hands of others. Sister Xianro, don't worry too much about that pill. You can't hang yourself on a tree. Xiang laughed. Oh, right, have you had any insights recently? The pills that Xiang had refined with the endowment root crystal before contained a lot of elemental energy. Just one pellet was enough to allow Xianro's elemental energy to recover. Chapter 40, 389. Xiang did not ask about the use of these 10 pills. He trusted Xianro. Little brother Xin, these 10 pills are not for my avatars to eat. I have too many avatars, so I need a lot of these pills. Xianro smiled bitterly and said, I don't dare to trouble little brother Xin to help me refine so many. She had over 100 avatars. It was indeed a lot. Sister Xianro, what are you saying? When I was refining the soul, if I didn't have the help of your avatar, I wouldn't have succeeded. Xiang said with a smile, your avatar is you, and your avatar is in its best condition, which is the best for you. Xianro thought that Xiang had a hard time refining pills. Although it looked easy, there must be hardships that she did not know about, so she was embarrassed to let Xiang refine them. Sister Xianro, your avatars haven't recovered their elemental energy yet, right? I will refine the Heart Soft Origin pill for them. I guarantee that they will all have a share, Shin Xiang said with a smile. Thank you, little brother Shin. You are so good to them. I thank you on their behalf. Xian Ro was very happy. Her eyes were gentle and had a trace of playfulness as she said with a smile, They are all my avatars, if I can marry little brother Shen in the future. Hee hee. Shen Xiang had seen those avatars before. They all looked the same, but they were also a bit different. When he thought about it, his mind couldn't help but tremble, and then he immediately calmed down. What a seductress! She doesn't have the slightest bit of charm, but she's so seductive. Shan Xiang closed his eyes and pretended to refine pills in peace. He said, Sister Xanro, I want to go to Dan King Tian's side as soon as possible. My sect is facing a very powerful enemy, so I need your help. What kind of enemy? I don't need to wait until I have the strength of a king. I can immediately help you. Xanro quickly said, Anyway, I don't have anything to do right now. Our war with the Heavens oyster orcs hasn't started yet, so both sides haven't completely migrated over yet. They are very strong. Shinro, don't think that the world-defying universe is weak. Shan Xiang said, The world-defying stage universe is very big. Even though the sacred domain is very small in the world-defying stage universe and only occupies a small area, there are still many unknown powerful creatures hidden within. This was Shen Xiang's intuition. He had talked to Grandma Linglong before and understood that the world-defying stage universe was the biggest universe she had ever seen. In such a vast universe, even if it was only 100,000 years, it was enough to give birth to many powerful creatures. For example, in the sacred region, it was very likely that many unknown creatures were hidden. Elixir King Tian Ho also has an island not too far away from mine. Xanro also became serious and said, I plan to give her a heart-soft origin pill, even if it was refined by little brother Shin. I will tell her that you have a boundless future in the Tao of Alchemy and ask her to train you well. I don't think that's a good idea. Shin Xiang shook his head. Why? Shinro was a little doubtful and said, Younger brother Shin, isn't it good to just tell her your talent in alchemy? This way, you can get her to value you. Sister Xanro, is the significance of the heart-soft origin pill to the Tianho race and the Tianho beastmen? Shin Xiang asked. Of course it's great. I still haven't told my father about this matter, so I plan to discuss it with you, because I also want him to try the heart-soft origin pill and see how it's of help to him as a prince. Xanro said, Since it's so important, we can't expose it so carelessly. Shen Xiang realized that Xanro was still too young. That's right, but the other party is Elixir King Tian Ho, so there shouldn't be any problem. There's no problem. She's a good person, I trust her. If she knew that you were the one who refined the heart-soft origin pill, she would definitely value you. Xanro said. Sister Xanro, you can't let your guard down. Shen Xiang shook his head. If it's just to make her value me, then there's no need to expose that I can refine the heart-soft origin pill. It's enough for her to see me refine the Heavenly Nightmare origin pill. Sister Xanro, if the Heavenly Nightmare Dan King sees me refining the Heavenly Nightmare origin pill, will she value me? Shin Xiang asked. Of course. Xanro had also calmed down now. She also realized that she was too impulsive. She nodded and said, She definitely won't ignore you. Isn't that enough? Shin Xiang laughed. It's fine as long as we've achieved our goal. We still don't know what kind of person the Heavenly Nightmare Dan King is. Little brother Shin, aren't you going to ask me why I want these 10 heart-soft origin pills? Xanro asked. Do you trust me that much? The Heavenly Nightmare Dan King is even more beautiful than me. Maybe when you see her, you'll tell her everything. Xanro believed that Shin Xiang would definitely judge a book by its cover because Shin Xiang trusted her a lot. Shin Xiang had a clear mind. He trusted a clear mind. If a clear mind told him that he couldn't trust anyone, then no matter how beautiful that person was, He wouldn't even bat an eyelid. I'm not that kind of person. Shenxiang laughed. Sister Xianro, I'm not someone who thinks with the lower half of my body. When you see the heavenly nightmare, Dan King, you'll definitely forget about me very quickly. Xianro pouted and muttered, as if she was a little jealous. Her appearance was very cute. How is that possible? Shenxiang curled his lips, then asked, Oh, right, Sister Xianro. What do you want those 10 Heart Soft Origin pills for? I plan to use these 10 Heart Soft Origin pills to test the reaction of our Tian Ho people. Xianro said, I will hide it and not let anyone know that I released it. We can give it a try. We can even test the reaction of the heavenly nightmare beastmen to the Heart Soft Origin pill. Shenxiang laughed. If it's really important, then we can use the Heart Soft Origin pill to exchange for a large amount of resources. Actually, I still want to try and see if the person who eats the Heart Soft Origin pill can discover that it was refined with the elemental endowment root crystal. Xianro said, Chapter 40, 390. Sister Xianro, have you seen Dan King Tianho before? Do you know her name? Shenxiang asked. Listening to your descriptions, I feel that she is very perfect. Really, I don't believe that she is that attractive. The most powerful thing about her is that no one has ever seen her face, but they can feel that she is very beautiful. Her heart is truly very beautiful. Anyone who has come into contact with her will be able to feel this. Xianro said, In any case, when I was with her, I felt that she was very gentle. Feel? Shenxiang frowned. You can feel that she is very beautiful just by feeling. That's because her heart is very beautiful, so I can feel that she is very beautiful. Little brother Shin, you have to know that I used to be very fierce. After I came into contact with her, I could feel her gentleness. From then on, I admired her very much and began to learn alchemy. Xianro said, She can actually affect your personality? Did she cast some kind of curse on you? When Shenxiang heard this, he was shocked. He immediately realized that Dan King Tianho must have grasped a very strange ability, which was why he could change a person's personality. It was very difficult for a woman who was originally very fierce to become gentle. Of course not. I'm learning from her. Xianro chuckled. Little brother Shin, don't doubt her. As long as you see her, you will know that she is really good. I will definitely not harm you. The more you say, the more I feel that she is very evil. Shenxiang curled his lips and said, In any case, I will definitely guard against her. Little brother Shin, you are just resisting her in your heart. Because I praised her too much, you developed a reverse psychology. This is very normal. Xianro laughed. I believe that as long as you see her, you will definitely have a great change in your opinion of her. I keep having the feeling that she has mastered a kind of demonic art that can confuse others. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made all the women like her. Shenxiang curled his lips and said, I've seen a lot of this kind of thing. He had indeed seen a woman's powerful charm technique before. It was something that could even put a woman down. Little brother Shin, if I was bewitched, it's because I'm weak. But my father and them, 2 emperors and 9 kings, they all want to get Pill King Tianho's woman. Xianro said, They are all men, and Pill King Tianho is an excellent woman. The stronger the woman, the more they want to get their hands on her. The more they can't get their hands on her, the more they can't see her. The more mysterious she is, the more they want to get their hands on her. Shenxiang smiled and said, I understand the thoughts of men very well. That's true. Which of the 2 emperors and 9 kings doesn't have a large number of wives and concubines? Xianro snorted. You stinky men are indeed like this. Sister Xianro, I was just worried that you would be deceived by her. Shenxiang said, Especially when I saw how infatuated you were with her, I felt that something was strange. She is my savior. Xianro sighed softly. To be honest, the reason why I was able to come into contact with her was mainly because I had almost died before. Later on, she was the one who refined pills to save me and gave me a new life. Ah, so you spent some time with her? You didn't see what she looked like during that time? Xinxiang asked. Yes, it was during that time that I worshipped her. I also know the situation with her pill. Therefore, the reason why I want to obtain that pill is because I don't want her to eat it. I don't want to see her go and perish together with the people of the 6 clans of life spirit. Xanro sighed. I hope that she can live on well. I believe that we will have a way to exterminate the 6 clans of life spirit. It seems like you don't just want to become stronger. Xinxiang said, It's my thoughts that are too extreme. Of course I want to become stronger. With great power, I might be able to avenge her from the 6 clans of life spirit. After Xanro finished speaking, she smiled and said, Little brother Xin, you trust me a lot and don't seem to be on guard against me at all. However, you are suspicious of Dan King Tianhou. This is not like you. Sister Xanro, I'm just worried that you'll be deceived. Xinxiang curled his lips and said, Women these days also know how to deceive women. What's the benefit of Dan King Tianhou lying to me? I heard from my father that she is a heavens ho who has lived for many years. Xanro said she should have seen a lot of women who are stronger than me. She shouldn't have lied to a little girl like me. All right, I'll know when the time comes. Xinxiang said, Oh right, Sister Xanro, how did you change your personality back then? How long did it take? Xinxiang was more interested in this because, from his point of view, something must have happened between Xanro and Dan King Tianhou during the time they were together. I don't know either. In short, after I came back from the dead, I stayed at her place to recuperate for a period of time. After I returned, my father said that I had changed a lot, and I felt the same way. Xanro sighed softly, actually. It's mainly because of the gentle feeling she gives me. It always lingers in my mind, and I can't get rid of it. It seems that you were heavily injured back then. Furthermore, your soul was heavily injured. She must have used her own soul to heal you, which is why it deeply affected your soul. Xinxiang guessed. Yes, my father said that my soul was severely damaged at that time. My soul has already been scattered. Xanro nodded. I understand. She gave you a portion of her soul to help you heal. She repaired your soul, so after being treated by her, you are no longer the previous you, but a new you. Xinxiang's research on the soul was also quite deep, so he came to this conclusion. Is that so? Xanro frowned as she pondered. You can be considered half of her. Xinxiang continued. After your soul dissipated, a large portion of your soul must have completely dissipated. Your father could only collect a small portion of your soul. In that case, you have also lost a lot of your memories. I am half of her. Xanro muttered. That's why you can feel her gentleness and how beautiful she is. Outsiders shouldn't be able to feel it. Xinxiang said, It seems that this Dan King Tianhou is very difficult to deal with. She has a very deep understanding of the soul. Younger brother Xin, no matter what. I don't want her to eat that pill. I can't let her perish together with the life, soul 6 clans. Xanro bit her lips and said, Even if you have to use any means, you have to take her pill. If you are discovered on the spot, you will eat it on the spot. As long as this pill does not fall into her hands, you can do whatever you want with it. Chapter 40, 391. Xinxiang understood the process of how Xanro met the Heavenly Dan King and changed his opinion of the Heavenly Dan King. Otherwise, he would have always suspected that the Heavenly Dan King had used some kind of evil technique to bewitch Xanro. He had experienced this kind of thing before. Back then, when he was in the Proud World, Yanzailan was very good to him, and he was suspected by Hua Xiangyue that he had used some kind of evil technique on Yanzailan. Sister Xanro, leave this to me. Xinxiang suddenly thought of a plan and said, If it's just to stop her from finding the people from the 6 clans of life, soul, and perishing together, this might not be a difficult task. What should we do? Xanro asked. Let her see hope. Shanxiang was also thinking about how to perfect the plan in his mind. Xian Ro turned around and leaned closer to Xinxiang, looking at Xinxiang. Xinxiang felt Xian Ro leaning over and subconsciously wanted to move away a little. However, the flying shuttle was too crowded and he had no place to move, so he could only allow her fragrant body to stick close to him. "Little brother Shin, can you be more specific?" Xian Ro asked. "If we can really succeed, we can even not steal that pill." "It's not stealing, it's borrowing." After she finished speaking, she immediately corrected him with a chuckle. The reason why she chose the path of mutual destruction was because she believed that she would not be able to break through and become stronger. If she can see the hope of becoming stronger, let her know that her strength can surpass the experts of the 6 clans of Life Soul. Then she will definitely choose to continue living. After Shanxiang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Xian Ro. The two of them were very close to each other, almost touching her red lips. Xian Ro was also shocked to the point of moving towards her. Then her jade face blushed slightly. After all, she almost kissed him. "Do you see that? Your flying shuttle is too small." Shanxiang muttered, then continued. "Heavenly Dan King definitely wants to kill more people from the 6 clans of Life Soul. If she sees the hope of becoming stronger, then she will choose to continue enduring and become stronger. What should we do? Can you let her see the hope of becoming stronger?" Suddenly, Xian Ro thought of the endowment Yuan root crystal and said softly, "Soft Heart Origin Pill. Soft Heart Origin Pill will definitely make her stronger." "Maybe, but we can't rely on the heart softening pill. Maybe it wouldn't work. So I have to think of another plan. If the heart softening pill does not help in increasing my strength, I will immediately use another method," Xinxiang said. "Little brother Shin, you are so thoughtful." Xian Ro smiled and said, "It's good to meet you. Who are you? You don't look like a young boy, but you're definitely a bad guy. There is a Shun family in the world defying stage universe, and I am the young patriarch of this Shen family. My father and the others seem to have been persecuted by the 6 Life Soul clans in the Divine Realm. I can't get in touch with them yet. As for the Shun family in the Sacred Region, they were also cursed by the 6 Paths Sacred Gate under the Life Spirit 6 clans." Xinxiang said, "The 6 clans of Life Soul are truly evil." Xian Ro cursed in a low voice. "These bastards have done all kinds of evil. Let's not talk about this anymore. When we meet Dan King Tian Ho, I'll come up with my plan." Xinxiang said, "Sister Xian Ro, leave the matter of Dan King Tian Ho to me." The speed of the flying shuttle suddenly slowed down as it approached the island where Dan King Tian Ho was. Heavenly Centipede Dan King is very lonely. Although she has a very large altar, she is alone. Xian Ro said, "This island is actually also her altar. Her subordinates are not here." After the flying shuttle opened, Xinxiang stood up and saw a circular island below. It was over 100,000 feet wide, and from high up in the sky, it looked like a purple lotus flower. If it was just an island, it might not be that big, just a small island. But this was an altar. It was extremely huge. "Is she the only one in this altar?" Xinxiang said in shock. "Yes, but she has a lot of clones. We Tian Ho people all cultivate many clones." Xian Ro said, "The medicinal ingredients she needs are all sold to her by other altars. How many clones does she have?" Xinxiang asked. "I don't know. In short, the stronger we are, the more clones we have." Xian Ro said, "The lower clans usually only have 2 to 5 clones. As for the upper clans, the more powerful ones can have dozens. The royal family is not necessarily so." "What about Dan King Tian Ho's subordinates?" Xinxiang asked. "Most of them go out to help her gather resources. In any case, she keeps a distance from her subordinates, but her subordinates are all loyal to her and will never leave her." Xian Ro said, "She likes to be alone so much. Will she accept me?" Xinxiang was a little worried. If she rejects me, our plan will be ruined. That's why I wanted you to refine the heart-soft origin pill from the beginning, XN said. But you said that refining the heavenly nightmare origin pill was enough. Let's refine the heavenly nightmare origin pill for her to see first. If it really doesn't work, then I'll use the heart-soft origin pill, Xinxiang said. XN nodded and then brought him down to the gigantic lotus altar. Greetings, Dan King Tianho. I am the daughter of the Tianho Thunder King, the altar master of the Thunder Moon altar. After XN arrived, she immediately reported her name. Chapter 40, 392. Shen Xiang stood at the side and did not say a word. He did not use his divine sense to investigate randomly, because he already felt that this Dan King Tian was something. He understood why XN father, the heavenly nightmare Thunder King, was unable to catch up to him. It was because this Dan King Tian Yi's strength was far above her father's. I didn't believe before, but after seeing him refine the heavenly nightmare Yuan Dan with my own eyes, I finally believed it. My alchemy skills are too shallow. I was afraid that I would hinder his future, so I hoped that Sister Dan King could give him a few pointers. XN was also a little nervous at the moment, but she still said sincerely, Sister Dan King, I will not lie to you. You can ask him to refine a batch of pills, and you will soon be able to determine if what I say is true. Good. Come in. Her voice was still very ethereal, and there was a trace of power in her cold voice. Shen Xiang could not hear any gentleness in her voice. Why would XN say that Dan King Tian was a very gentle woman? XN and Shen Xiang were at the center of the lotus altar, and a purple beam of light suddenly shot out from the center. XN brought Shen Xiang into the beam of light, and then they slowly sank into the lotus altar. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xiang and XN arrived at a garden. This garden was filled with many beautiful purple flowers and plants, as if it was a dreamy purple garden. There was a small river that slowly flowed past. Purple willow branches drooped down from the riverside, and the flowers and plants on the riverside were also purple. Is this your doppelganger? You've cultivated quite well. Dan King Tian Yi's voice sounded, and a woman wearing a white dress walked over. She was not wearing a mask, but her face was covered by a layer of gentle white light, so her appearance could not be seen. Elixir King Tian Yi's swaying steps gave off an air of elegance and nobility. Although no one could see her face, her temperament seemed to be able to infect the souls of others, making them feel that she was definitely a beauty. Of course, Xinxiang is the first time to look at the eyes. After seeing it, he was secretly shocked, because this Dan King Tian was indeed stronger than the Heavenly Thunder King and the Heavenly Fire King. In her 6th Dao cultivation, her alchemy Dao was at level 10, her endowment Dao and her soul Dao were all at level 18. Shen Xiang's Fu Dao and soul Dao were only at level 16, while his alchemy Dao was at level 15, which was 5 levels higher than Tian Ho Elixir King. Moreover, Pill King Tian Ho had a level 5 heavenly Dao. Tian Wu Dan King was also carefully sizing up Shen Xiang, but she could not see anything. After all, Shen Xiang's soul had 6 realms mirrors helping him hide, so it was difficult for others to see anything. Shen Xiang did not see Elixir King Tian Ho's face because her soul endowment Dao was stronger than his, so he did not dare to act recklessly. Sister Dan King, just give him any pill furnace. XIN said, just let him refine the heavenly nightmare Yuan Dan for you to see. This way, you won't waste your time. All right. Pill King Tian Ho did not ask any more questions and took out a cauldron. This pill furnace was extremely good. Shen Xiang immediately appraised it. It was much better than XIN's pill furnace. Little brother Shen, are you all right now? Can you refine it? XIN said. Sure. Shen Xiang nodded. Here, Tian Ho Elixir King took out the heavenly nightmare ginseng and gave it to Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang received it and directly threw it into the pill furnace, then poured it into the flame. Interesting. When Tian Ho Elixir King saw this, he seemed to be surprised and exclaimed softly. She was also looking at the situation inside the pill furnace, and her perception of everything was very clear. Shen Xiang immediately entered a very serious state of refining pills. He did not expose his powerful soul, and the soul power he used was in line with his age. The process was very fast. The process of refining pills and condensing pills inside the pill furnace seemed to be completely natural. Everything was so natural. The process of transforming the medicinal ingredients into 4 pills could be said to be incomparably smooth. Even Tian Ho Elixir King was shocked when he saw this. Although she was silent, she was shocked in her heart. Previously, Xan Ro had also observed the changes inside the pill furnace, but her observation was not as detailed as Tian Ho Elixir King. Tian Ho Elixir King was unable to explain what kind of pill refining technique this was. In her opinion, this was not a pill refining technique at all. If it was not a pill refining technique, then what was it? Chapter 40, 393. Sister Zillian, I'll leave little brother Shin to you. Xan Ro was completely at ease now, because the process of Zillian accepting Xinxiang was very smooth and there were no accidents. They had already discussed it before. Xinxiang would lurk here, and then look for opportunities to steal the mysterious Dan of the Black Lotus. Later on, Xinxiang said that if Zillian could see the hope of breaking through, then she wouldn't think of perishing together with the 6 clans of life spirit. In any case, their goal was to prevent Zillian from eating that pill and to prevent her from perishing together with the 6 clans of life spirit. Xan Ro, you can go back first. If anything happens, I'll contact you. Zillian waved her hand and said, Sister Zillian, little brother Shin, I'll take my leave first. Goodbye. Xan Ro immediately left. Xinxiang, can I do a comprehensive test on you? Zillian suddenly said, Don't worry, I'm not taking you in as a disciple. I just want to understand your situation. Sure. Xinxiang guessed that Zillian wanted to test his age. As expected, Zillian took out several instruments and conducted a comprehensive examination of his body. Not only did she test the age of Xinxiang's body, she also tested the age of Xinxiang's soul. However, they all showed that he was between 14 and 16 years old. Zillian had previously suspected that Xinxiang was a reborn person. Then, when she tested his soul, she would definitely be able to detect the age of his soul. However, that was not the case. This made her even more shocked. If Xinxiang's soul was very old, then it would explain why Xinxiang was able to refine a heavenly oyster origin pill of that quality. After the test, she confirmed that Xinxiang was only a youth from beginning to end. However, he was able to refine a saint rank heavenly oyster origin pill. Furthermore, that kind of pill technique did not seem like something a youth could use. I've tested it. Your body is very strong. There are no other problems. Zillian could only come to such a conclusion. She did not say that she was testing Xinxiang's age. I'll have to trouble Sister Zillian, Xinxiang said with his head lowered. Xinxiang, let me state the rules first. If there is no one else here, you can call me Sister Zillian. If there is someone else here, you can call me Tian Ho Dan King. Zillian said. Yes. Xinxiang replied. It's easy for you to refine the heavenly nightmare elemental pill. You shouldn't waste time on this kind of pill. Zillian said. How about this? I'll teach you how to refine a pill that contains even more heavenly succubus power than the heavenly succubus origin pill. Does this pill require rare medicinal ingredients? Xinxiang asked. If the medicinal ingredients were rare, he didn't really want to because it would be very difficult to refine them in batches. It's quite common. You are an alchemist under Xan Ro, so you definitely need to refine pills that can help her level up. Zillian said. If it's for Xan Ro to eat, the heavenly core Dan is still not enough. Sure, I'm willing to try. Xin Xiang nodded. Come. Yu Zilian walked in front and brought Xin Xiang into the pill refining room. Her attitude was somewhat cold, but this seemed to be her personality. She was similar to Xan Rou, so Shen Xiang did not feel any disgust. Xin Xiang followed Yu Zilian into the pill refining room. There was a large golden pill furnace that was as tall as 2 people, and it was placed in the middle of the pill refining room. Yu Zilian took out 2 very large fruits, one red and one blue. They were oval-shaped and were the size of watermelons, but they were not watermelons. This kind of fruit is relatively common in the Heavenly Nightmare universe. It contains a very dense amount of heavenly succubus power. It can be refined into a Heavenly Nightmare 9, turns origin pill, Yu Zilian said. Try and see if you can refine it through the red and blue fruit. When Xin Xiang received the 2 fruits, he immediately sensed the divine power contained within them. These were no longer medicinal ingredients from the sacred domain. They were considered divine-level medicinal ingredients. The heavenly abyss origin ginseng from before was a holy-level medicinal ingredient, so Shen Xiang could easily refine it. This is called a red and blue fruit? Shen Xiang only felt that this name was somewhat perfunctory. Can you see anything? Yu Zilian asked. It should be a divine fruit from the divine realm, Xin Xiang said. You're quite knowledgeable. Yu Zilian was also somewhat surprised, but her voice was still very cold as she said, Other than that, what else can you see? Xin Xiang felt that Yu Zilian was testing him, so he did not continue. He had actually seen a lot. For example, inside the red and blue fruit, there was a crystal core. The crystal core was strangely shaped, but the 2 crystal cores were exactly the same. Chapter 40, 394. Yu Zilian brought Xin Xiang to the outside of the altar, then took the red and blue fruits from Xin Xiang's hands and threw them into the distance. Under her control, the red and blue fruits suddenly collided with each other after flying far away, producing a very violent explosion. Although the explosion occurred on the surface of the sea, it still caused a huge wave. At the moment of collision, a very thick mist was produced. It looked like a large amount of red and blue flames colliding, forming a huge mushroom. The most terrifying thing was that when the light shone over, Xin Xiang felt his entire body burning hot. The blood in his body flowed faster, as if it was boiling. His skin also felt a burning pain, as if it was about to be scalded to the point of peeling off his skin. It's a bit close. Are you all right? After Yu Zilian finished speaking, she gently waved her jade hand at Xin Xiang. A burst of refreshing mist floated over, bringing with it a refreshing fragrance of flowers, enveloping Xin Xiang's body. All the discomfort from before suddenly disappeared. Shen Xiang only felt very comfortable and cool. Sister Zilian, are there really a lot of red and blue fruits? Shen Xiang said in shock. In that case, doesn't that mean that everyone in the Heavenly Nightmare universe possesses this kind of destructive thing? There are a lot, but not everyone can detonate them. Yu Zilian said, When I ran out earlier, I injected a lot of Heavenly Nightmare power as well as endowment elemental power. Do you know what the endowment elemental power is? This. What is the endowment elemental power? Shan Xiang did not pay attention to it earlier. He did not expect that there was a condition for detonating the red and blue fruits. I'm not too sure either. In short, there is a space inside my soul. Inside the space, there is a pool that can hold elemental power. The bigger the pool, the more elemental power there is. And then the higher the talent. Yu Zilian was actually not clear about the specific use of the endowment elemental power. Sister Zilian, do you need a lot of that kind of elemental power to detonate the red and blue fruits? Xin Xiang asked. It still needs to be heated up. When I received it earlier, it had already been heated up. Of course, the greater the power of the explosion, the more elemental power it requires. If you were only refining pills inside the furnace, the power wouldn't be as great as before. Yu Zilian said. Xin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. If he had accidentally exploded while refining pills, the power would have been as strong as before. It would have been too frightening. Just as Yun Zilian was about to take Xin Xiang back into the altar, she suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction. Shan Xiang also suddenly sensed a very familiar aura. It was the Heaven's Thunder King. Heavenly Thunder King, what are you doing here? Yen Zilian did not wait for the Heavens, Thunder King, to land on the altar. She used a powerful force to transmit her voice far away. Elixir King, I am here for an important matter. Thunder King said, Emperor Shao is here. He suddenly made a very important discovery. Thunder King Tian Shao flew over while standing on top of the flying shuttle. When he saw a young man beside Yu Zilian in the air, he was puzzled, but he did not ask. Can't you say it over the sound transmission array? Yu Zilian said coldly. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with the arrival of the Sky Thunder King. This matter is very important. Emperor Shao said that he does not wish to be eavesdropped on. The beast men can eavesdrop on our sound transmission array. After Thunder King finished speaking, he looked at Shan Xiang. Follow me. Yu Zilian could only bring Thunder King Tian Shao into the Purple Lotus altar for a secret discussion. Yu Zilian brought Thunder King Tian Shao to a very spacious hall, and then told Xin Xiang to enter a room to wait for her. Worried, Thunder King took out a few talismans and pasted them on Xin Xiang's door. He was afraid that Xin Xiang would eavesdrop on him. He's just a child, Yu Zilian said. Although I don't know what his relationship is with the Dan King, Emperor Shao has instructed me to ensure that this important matter is not leaked when I talk to you about it. Thunder King Tian Shao was very curious as to why Yu Zilian had a young follower here, but he did not dare to ask, afraid that Yu Zilian would dislike him. When Shan Xiang was in the room, he had only casually tried to use the clear heart eye to see through the door and hear the sounds outside clearly. Such an important matter. Don't they plan to use the spiritual sense to communicate? Xin Xiang thought. He also wanted to know what important news Emperor Shao had. Dan King. Emperor Shao suddenly comprehended the cultivation laws of this universe not long ago. The cultivation laws here are very strange, or rather, it's better than our heavenly nightmare universes, and it's even clearer. Speaking of this, Thunder King Tian Shao was actually a little excited. What kind of cultivation laws? Yu Zilian asked. Could it be that the cultivation laws of the world-defying stage universe can allow us to surpass the 6 clans of Life Soul? The 6 clans of Life Soul have been in the world-defying stage universe for many years. The laws here should have been grasped by him long ago, right? Chapter 40, 395. I wonder if they have comprehended it yet. But this kind of thing, we have to keep it a secret. The Heavens, Thunder King said. I will also be in seclusion for the next period of time to comprehend the 6 paths of cultivation. This is a cultivation law that suddenly appeared, which means that we are at the same starting point as the 6 races of Life Soul. We have to seize the opportunity. Got it? Yu Zilian nodded. Farewell. The Heavens, Thunder King said, then looked at the room Xin Xiang was in, and waved his hand to remove the talismans. Yu Zilian sent the Heavens, Thunder King, out of the altar, then hurriedly returned. Xin Xiang had never thought about why there would be a pill Dao in the 6 paths of cultivation. Now that he thought about it carefully, he felt that the reason there was a pill Dao should be related to the birth of the world-defying stage universe. The reason why the world-defying stage universe was able to form was because of a pill that Xin Xiang had refined. I wonder what they will be able to comprehend in the end. But no matter what, I am the one who understands the 6 paths of cultivation the most. I might even be able to affect the operation of the entire 6 paths of cultivation. Only now did Xin Xiang slightly feel that he was the one who created this universe. After all, the sixth life soul that he created not long ago had a huge impact on this universe. Whether it was the 6 races of life soul that had dominated the many universes for several years, or the powerful creatures of the heavenly nightmare universe, they all had to follow his 6 paths of cultivation in the world-defying stage universe. Xinxiang, I will use the red and blue fruit to refine a batch of pills for you to see. Furthermore, I will explain it in detail during the refining process. You must remember it, Yu Zilian said. Her clear and cold voice seemed to have sped up a little. She was probably in a hurry to go into seclusion to comprehend the 6 paths of cultivation. I will remember. Xinxiang nodded. Yu Zilian brought Xinxiang into a pill refining room and immediately began to refine pills. Then she began to explain everything in detail and clearly. Although Xinxiang had heard it, he did not plan to refine it according to what Yu Zilian had said, because it was not suitable for him. Furthermore, it was too cumbersome and would take a long time. Yu Zilian used more than 20 hours to successfully condense the pill. She explained while refining, so she used more time. She said that under normal circumstances, she only needed 14 hours to condense the pill. I'll give you this pill. Yu Zilian said, I'm going into seclusion for a few days. Wait for me to come out. Yes, Sister Zilian. Xinxiang didn't say much because he still understood Zilian's personality and wasn't very familiar with her. Yan Zilian left behind many red and blue mutant fruits and hurried into the secret room to cultivate. Little Mirror would guide Xinxiang on the cultivation of the 6 Tao laws, so Xinxiang did not have to worry about it for now. What he needed to do was to obtain as much elemental energy as possible. The Heavenly Nightmare 9 Transformations Origin Pill contains endowment elemental energy, soul elemental energy, and heavenly nightmare elemental energy. Soul elemental energy and heavenly nightmare elemental energy are the most. Endowment elemental energy is the least. Xinxiang carefully observed this pill and found that it was pretty good. Wouldn't it be even better if I add an endowment elemental root crystal to refine it? The 3 types of elemental energy that are required are all gathered. Heavenly nightmare elemental energy should be heaven elemental energy. Heaven elemental energy can affect heavenly Tao cultivation. Then, how do I raise destiny Tao and demonic Tao cultivation? Xinxiang's heavenly Tao cultivation was not high, and Little Mirror had not figured out how to raise heavenly Tao cultivation at present. The Soft Heart Origin Pill has a lot of endowment elemental energy, but it doesn't have other elemental energies. When cultivating, it's best to carry it out in multiple ways. Xinxiang immediately started experimenting with red and blue mutant fruits to refine the Heavenly Nightmare 9 Transformations Origin Pill. The greatest difficulty was to remove the special elemental energy inside the red and blue mutant fruits. That kind of elemental energy did not repel each other. Instead, it was very easy for them to intertwine with each other and then cause an explosion. Yu Zilian's method was to first refine the red fruit alone and remove the special elemental energy inside the red fruit through heating and various refining methods. Then, carry out the same steps for the blue fruit, and finally fuse the red and blue fruit's medicinal energy to condense the pill. Removing the special elemental energy was very complicated and time-consuming. Xinxiang gave it a try and immediately gave up. The special elemental energy inside the red and blue mutant fruits, although the proportion is very small, I believe that this is the essence of the red and blue mutant fruits. How can I give it up? When Xinxiang went to refine the red fruit alone, he used the clear heart eye to observe and discovered that the special elemental energy was extremely strange. The special elemental energy inside the red and blue mutant fruits intertwined to produce such a powerful explosion. If I can suppress the explosive energy and condense it into a pill, that would be incredible. Chapter 40, 396. Xinxiang did not plan to use the world-defying God furnace to refine it. He believed that if he did not solve the most fundamental problem, even if he used the world-defying God furnace to refine it, it would be very difficult to succeed. In the process of refining the red and blue fruit into pills, not removing the two types of demon elemental energy, and successfully condensing the pills, this was a huge challenge for Xinxiang. It seems that the demon elemental energy is a very important and powerful force. There seems to be only one state of elemental energy, and the same goes for soul elemental energy. However, there are many types of demon elemental energy. For example, the demon elemental energy within the red and blue fruits are different. Xinxiang thought about the two types of demon elemental energy, and at the same time he recalled how the black lotus had detonated the red and blue fruit's crystal core. The two crystal cores of the red and blue mutant fruit needed to be heated and then injected with enough elemental energy. Like this, the two crystal cores of the red and blue mutant fruit could fuse together very quickly and explode instantly after fusing. If the demon elemental energy absorbs the elemental energy, can it quickly expand? It can grow on its own. Xinxiang immediately extracted the demon elemental energy from a crystal core and then injected it into the elemental energy. As expected, the demon elemental energy grew very quickly. For example, that bit of demon elemental energy was originally a seed, but after injecting the elemental energy, it could instantly take root and sprout, then bloom and bear fruit. This growth speed is too fast. Xinxiang was secretly shocked, and then thought of Demon Soul Country. Demon Soul Country cultivates the Demon Soul Tao. Could it be that they are born with the ability to use demon elemental energy? They should also have the elemental energy. Zhini himself has the soul. At this moment, Xinxiang felt that the demon elemental energy was extremely mystical. I wonder if the power of the heavenly Tao and fate Tao can also absorb elemental energy, or soul elemental energy. Xinxiang now understood a lot more about the 6 paths of cultivation. Do the heavenly Tao, fate Tao, and demon Tao need to absorb energy to produce a reaction? The soul elemental energy of the soul Tao or the elemental energy of the Fu Tao should be able to react with the power of the heavenly Tao, fate Tao, and demon Tao. Then what about the Tao of alchemy? What kind of state is the power of alchemy? Xinxiang was extremely curious about the Tao of alchemy. He wanted to ask little sister Xiaojing, but she was probably also digesting the information about the 6 paths of life. Continue to refine pills. Xinxiang immediately returned to the main topic. Right now, he wanted to refine the red and blue strange fruit into a pill. If he continued to study the 6 paths of cultivation, he would be engrossed in it. The difficult part is how to gently fuse the 2 cores of the red and blue mutant fruits. Xinxiang knew that the heavenly alchemy was unable to help him complete the problem he was facing, so he needed to improve and add new refining methods. If he succeeded in overcoming it, then the heavenly alchemy would rise again. Then, when he faced the same problem in the future, he would be able to easily complete it using the heavenly alchemy. Wait, all of the 6 paths Yuan Qi should be able to react to each other. Just now, I only thought that the demonic Tao, heaven Tao, and fate Tao required the addition of the soul Tao and soul Tao's origin energy to produce a reaction. Xinxiang thought about it. If it was really as he had thought before, then the 6 paths of cultivation law's scope was too small. If the 6 types of elemental energy could all react to each other and perform various arrangements, reflecting different forms of energy, then there would be many possibilities. In fact, the 6 types of elemental energy could all react at the same time. That should be the strongest form. The 6 paths of elemental energy. Could it really be like this? The 6 paths of law is really too profound. Xinxiang thought for a moment, then immediately extracted a bit of demon elemental energy from the core, and then injected it into the soul elemental energy. After injecting the soul elemental energy, the demon elemental energy actually did not have any reaction. No reaction? Could it be that I misunderstood again? Shen Xiang frowned, then stood up and walked to Yu Zilian's door, gently knocking on it. "What's the matter?" Yu Zilian's voice came out. "Sister Zilian, there will be a reaction when you inject the elemental energy into the core. Why aren't there any other reactions when you inject the soul energy into it?" Shen Xiang asked. The alchemist of the heavenly nightmare universe must have studied this kind of thing before. The special elemental energy inside the core can disperse the energy of the soul. It's just that you didn't notice it. Yu Zilian said, "Shen Xiang, just follow my method to refine the heavenly nightmare 9 revolutions origin pill. Refine it first, then study other things." Yu Zilian naturally knew that Shen Xiang was fiddling with the core. She could also understand because as long as it was an alchemist, when they first came into contact with the red and blue mutant fruit, they would have this kind of curiosity to explore. "Thank you, Sister Zilian, for your advice." Shen Xiang immediately returned to the alchemy room. Chapter 4397. Shen Xiang had always been puzzled about how to improve his alchemy cultivation. Now that little sister Xiao Jing had said it, he finally understood and felt that it was very magical. "Little sister Jing, how do I use the power of alchemy?" Shen Xiang said, "My alchemy cultivation is at the 15th level, right? How does this help alchemists? The higher your alchemy cultivation, the higher your affinity with medicinal herbs when refining pills. Furthermore, the quality will also be higher." Little sister Xiao Jing said, "The Tao of alchemy is very special. You should be able to use it. Why don't you give it a try? Go and sense it." "Yeah, I've never tried it before." Shen Xiang immediately went to try. He thought that it would take some time, but he quickly sensed the Dan origin energy. Dan origin energy can easily absorb demon origin energy, soul origin energy, heaven origin energy, life origin energy. What's going on? After Shen Xiang gave it a try, he also sensed the life origin energy of the Tao of life and the heaven origin energy of the Tao of heaven. "Big brother, then think about it yourself. How do you use the Dan origin energy to refine this furnace of pills?" Little sister Xiao Jing smiled and said, "If there's anything you don't understand, discuss it with me." Shen Xiang continued to ponder. Little sister Xiao Jing could not help him with this matter because she was not an alchemist. "Little sister Jing, under what conditions can the demon origin energy within the red fruit crystal core react with the soul origin energy?" Shen Xiang asked. "The red fruit crystal core absorbs the soul origin energy, and the blue fruit crystal core absorbs the life origin energy. If they fuse together like this, there might not be such a destructive reaction. The red fruit crystal core's demon origin energy? I'll go test it." Little sister Xiao Jing said, "I have 6 life spirits after all. I should be able to test the reaction conditions." After little sister Xiao Jing's test, Shen Xiang waited for more than 2 hours before the results finally came out. Freeze. Red fruit or blue fruit crystal core needs to be frozen to a certain extent before it can absorb soul origin energy. Little sister Xiao Jing said, "Big brother, the crystal core is filled with demon origin energy. If you want to freeze the demon origin energy, ordinary freezing power won't work." I know. I want to use the heavenly origin energy of the heavenly Tao to condense the ice attribute energy. To Shen Xiang, this was a piece of cake. What made him feel a little regretful was that the heavenly axioms cultivation was only at the 5th stage. It was really too low. Although the heavenly Tao was only at the 5th step, the heavenly Yuan Qi that Shen Xiang activated could make the ice even colder. He could even convert his heavenly Yuan Qi into ice energy to freeze the red fruit's crystal core. While he was freezing, he was also injecting his soul essence into the ice until there was a clear reaction. This meant that he had frozen the ice to a certain degree. After toiling for more than 4 hours, he finally succeeded. The demonic elemental energy inside the red fruit crystal core had finally reacted with his soul elemental energy. This reaction made Qin Xiang feel very shocked. The demonic elemental energy inside the red fruit was also crazily expanding. Although the core didn't become bigger, the quality of the demonic elemental energy inside had increased by a lot. Furthermore, it was self-compressing and evolving. Its growth speed was even faster than when it reacted with the elemental energy. Wait a minute, if I were to heat up the demonic elemental energy inside the crystal core, then wouldn't I be able to fuse with the elemental energy? After Shen Xiang thought of this, he was secretly excited. Then he immediately began. Heating it was very simple, but Shen Xiang still used his heavenly yuan qi to release flames to heat it up. After heating it up, he injected his elemental energy into it. Sure enough, there was a reaction. The crystal core also changed color and turned black. The red fruit's crystal core was red. After going through Shen Xiang's ice and fire, it actually turned black. Shen Xiang put the crystal core aside and then used the blue fruit's crystal core. He used the same method. First, he injected his soul elemental energy to react. Then he heated it up and injected his elemental energy to react. The blue fruit's crystal core finally turned white. Shen Xiang grabbed the black and white crystal cores in his left and right hands. What shocked him was that the two crystal cores actually produced a force of attraction. He could clearly feel that the two crystal cores were flying towards each other. He extracted a bit of the elemental energy inside the crystal core after the reaction and wanted to fuse it together. He found that he couldn't fuse it at all. Yes, I'll inject my Dan elemental energy. At the same time, I'll heat it up. Then, I'll be able to control the elemental energy inside and condense the core. Shen Xiang injected a lot of Dan elemental energy and then placed it inside the pill furnace. After that, he added the red and blue fruits pulp and injected flames to heat up the pill furnace. Chapter 40, 398. When Yu Zilian heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. Shen Xiang did not follow her method of refining, but he was able to succeed. Furthermore, his speed was so fast. It was very difficult to use the red and blue strange fruit to refine pills. In the Heavenly Nightmare universe, some alchemists could refine pills of a higher level than the Heavenly Nightmare 9 turns origin pill, but they were unable to use the red and blue strange fruit to refine pills. Even Yu Zilian's method of refining the Heavenly Nightmare 9 turns origin pill was something that she had only figured out after many years of exploration. She had never spread it out. The reason why she wanted to pass it on to Shen Xiang was because she saw Shen Xiang's talent. Furthermore, Shen Xiang was a soft-hearted person. However, Shen Xiang did not use her pill refining skills to refine the pill, and even came up with a pill refining technique to refine the red and blue strange fruit himself. This was too much of a genius. Yu Zilian had previously suspected that Shen Xiang was the reincarnation of an old fellow, but now she no longer thought so. This was because even if one had a lot of experience in pill refining, it was impossible for them to create a new pill technique so quickly when refining medicinal ingredients that they had never come into contact with before. And for Shen Xiang to be able to do it, it meant that he was truly talented. Yu Zilian wanted nothing more than to rush out immediately, but she was, after all, the Heavenly Oyster Dam King. She couldn't let a young boy see her lose her composure. She, who was originally in closed-door cultivation, opened the door and walked out. Shen Xiang still could not see her face, but he could feel that her footsteps were a little faster. Because Yu Zilian had always had an elegant gait, coupled with her figure, it was pleasing to the eye, so Shen Xiang paid special attention to it. His perception of things was very sharp. Now that Yu Zilian had walked out because his pace was a little faster, he could feel it. Looks like she's still quite surprised. Shen Xiang thought to himself, "What kind of pill did you refine? Can you show it to me?" Yu Zilian's voice also became faster and gentler. "Here." Shen Xiang handed the black and white pill over to Yu Zilian and said, "Sister Zilian, help me see how this pill is refined." Seeing the black and white pill, Pei Zilian's first reaction was that this pill was not made from the red and blue mutant fruit. However, when she received it, she immediately sensed an extremely strong characteristic of the red-blue mutant fruit, especially that special aura of origin energy. Her heart skipped a beat. There were many ways to refine pills using the red and blue mutant fruit. They were all created by several famous alchemists in the Heavenly Nightmare universe, and the Black Lotus was one of them. None of them were able to preserve the special origin energy of the red and blue mutant fruits to refine pills. They had been trying to solve this problem for many years, but no alchemist had ever succeeded. How could Xue Zilian and the other alchemists not know about the special elemental energy inside the red and blue mutant fruits' crystal cores? However, they could only remove that portion of energy every time. Otherwise, they would not be able to use it to refine pills. And now, Shen Xiang had solved this problem that had troubled many alchemists in the Heavenly Nightmare universe. What shocked Xue Zilian the most was that Shen Xiang actually didn't take long. What kind of talent was this? What was Shen Xiang thinking when he was refining pills? Xue Zilian couldn't help but ask herself. Xue Zilian suddenly regretted going into seclusion. If she had watched Shen Xiang refine pills, she might have been able to learn more. Yes, she believed that she no longer had the qualifications to teach Shen Xiang. The only thing she could do was to provide Shen Xiang with medicinal ingredients and teach him what kind of pills he could refine. Can you refine another one? Xue Zilian originally wanted to eat it, but she was worried that Shen Xiang would not be able to refine it again. Sometimes alchemy also depended on luck. Sometimes, without knowing what happened, one would inexplicably succeed in condensing the pill. But later on, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't refine the same pill. In the end, they could only give up. Of course, I can start now, Shen Xiang said with a smile. He really wanted to try refining again. All right, then let's start now. Xue Zilian was secretly excited because she could immediately see how Shen Xiang refined pills. Shen Xiang and Xue Zilian entered the alchemy room and immediately began refining pills. From the beginning, he took out the crystal cores inside the red and blue mutant fruit. If the special elemental energy inside the crystal core is not expelled, how should we deal with it? Xue Zilian's tone became very soft, as if she was humbly asking for advice. Cold treatment, Shen Xiang said. The special elemental energy inside the crystal core is very useful. You can integrate soul power, but you need to let the crystal core be cold to a certain extent before you can integrate soul power. Chapter 40, 399. Shen Xiang also opened his mind's eye and could vaguely see 6 faintly discernible threads connecting with Yu Zilian's body. She comprehended 6 Tao laws. Shen Xiang was secretly shocked and continued to observe. He could see that the 6 threads were all white in color, but one of them was relatively large. He secretly sensed it himself and found that it carried a strong demon Tao attribute. That pill has a lot of demon qi, so it stimulated her to sense the demon Tao. Shen Xiang was secretly amazed and immediately contacted sister Xiao Jing to tell her about this matter. Big brother, this should be her first time coming into contact with the 6 Tao laws. According to my understanding, the first time you come into contact with the 6 Tao laws, you will awaken your own Tao seed. Little sister Xiao Jing said she might even awaken the demon Tao seed. But she mainly cultivates the alchemy Tao, soul Tao, and endowment Tao. Shen Xiang said, that's her original cultivation. Now that she's under the 6 Tao laws, she can be considered to have started from the beginning. Little sister Xiao Jing said, if she cultivates the demon Tao, it won't affect the other Taos. So that's how it is. Shen Xiang frowned and said, then will it affect her future? I thought that she mainly cultivated the alchemy Tao and the soul Tao. Big brother, the 6 paths of reincarnation is the strongest. Little sister Xiao Jing said with a smile. But for the vast majority of living beings, They at most have 3 or 4 Tao. Furthermore, if you specialize in one Tao, you can also bring about other Tao. For example, cultivating the soul is possible to bring about the endowment Tao. If you refine pills, you can even bring about the alchemy Tao. Little sister, Xiao Jing, said, "Looks like I'm an anomaly." Shen Xiang laughed. "You have 6 life spirits, so you must be cultivating the 6 Tao. Furthermore, your cultivation can be more casual, and you don't need to deliberately cultivate anything." Little sister, Xiao Jing, said, "Then, should I tell her about the 6 Tao laws?" Shan Xiang also wanted to give Yu Zilian some pointers. "Well, that depends on the situation." Little sister Xiao Jing said, "In short, don't let her think that you know very much." Shen Xiang was also thinking about how to tell Yu Zilian about the 6 Tao laws. If she saw the hope of becoming stronger, then she wouldn't want to perish together with her enemy. If he could rope in Yu Zilian, Tian Ho Dan King, and Xenro, then they would be 2 great tools that could easily destroy Soul Palace and 6 sacred gates. Shen Xiang continues to use the mind eye to observe the Zilian. At this moment, Zilian had already entered a selfless state. She had no awareness of the outside world at all. She had also completely let down her guard. Therefore, the layer of soft light covering her face gradually faded away, and Shen Xiang saw her face. After seeing her face, Qin Xiang was shocked. Yu, Yan Zilian was older than Xian Ro. She was even older than Xian Ro's father, Tian Ho Thunder King. Yu Zilian had existed since ancient times. Therefore, it was not that Yu Zilian looked like Xian Ro. But why did Xian Ro look the same as Yu Zilian? What is going on? Is there some kind of connection between Sister Xian Ro and Sister Zilian? Or did Sister Zilian purposely turn into Sister Xian Ro? Zero Shen Xiang thought of Xian Ro. She could be considered half Yu Zilian because her soul was once heavily injured and Yu Zilian used part of her soul to help heal it. Because Yu Zilian's appearance distracted Shen Xiang. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Yu Zilian had condensed a demon Tao seed in her body. Although it is a small white seed, Shen Xiang looks at it with his heart and eyes and can clearly perceive that it is the strength of demon Tao. Yu Zilian opened her eyes and realized that the disguise on her face had disappeared. "Shen Xiang, are you surprised after seeing my face?" Yu Zilian did not use the white light to cover her face again. "You look exactly like Sister Xian Ro." Shen Xiang said softly, "Sister Zilian, I will sign a soul contract with you. I will not tell anyone about this." "No need, I trust you." Yu Zilian sighed, "Actually, Xian Ro is another me." "Another you?" Shen Xiang was shocked. "But she is the daughter of Tian Yen Thunder King." "I hate Tian Yen Thunder King." "Do you know why?" Yu Zilian answered her own question and said, "Tian Yen Thunder King has many wives. One of them is my good friend. When she was pregnant with Xian Ro, she was heavily injured and could not keep the fetus. Because she was in a bad state at that time, if she was affected, she might go to extremes. So, you helped her keep the fetus. The method was to use your soul, and a part of her flesh, forming a small fetus in her stomach?" Shen Xiang immediately guessed. Chapter 4400. Sister Zilian, why do you have such a feeling? Shen Xiang laughed and waved his hand. "Sister Xian Ro and I indeed trust each other. That's because we trust each other, and she also takes good care of me. The fact that Xian Ro brought you to me means that she trusts you a lot." As Zilian spoke, she took out a large sound transmission array and said, "I'll contact her right now." Shen Xiang felt that his goal for this trip was about to be achieved. Now that Zilian had cultivated the demon Tao seed and saw the hope of becoming stronger, she would not think of perishing together with her enemy. There was also an unexpected gain, which was that she and Xian Ro could talk about it. This would be of great help to Xian Ro. Shen Xiang was very sure that Xian Ro did not mind that she was Zilian's clone at all. This was because when Shen Xiang said that she was half Zillion, she did not have any strong emotional fluctuations. Xian Ro, come here for a moment. I have something important to discuss with you. After Zillion activated the sound transmission array, she transmitted her voice. Not long after, Xian Ro's voice also transmitted over. Sister Zillion, what's wrong? Did little brother Shin get into trouble? He's still a child and might be rash in some places. Don't blame him. Xian Ro seemed to be very anxious as she hurriedly said. Shin Xiang was at the side and could not help but roll his eyes. He said with a smile, Sister Xian Ro, am I an insensible child in your eyes? It's not about Shin Xiang. Is it convenient for your true body to come over now? Zillion said, I just comprehended some cultivation insights. I want to discuss it with you. Perhaps it will be of help to you. All right, I'll be right there. Xian Ro suddenly felt happy. She thought that this might be because of Shen Xiang, which was why Zillion was much closer to her. After closing the sound transmission array, Shen Xiang felt much more at ease. As long as Xian Ro and Zillion recognized each other, he would have achieved his goal. The next step was to make good use of these two tools and teach them how to do things. Shen Xiang, do you know the 6 Dao cultivation law? After Zillion closed the sound transmission array, she looked at Shen Xiang and asked, What is this? Can you tell me about it? Shen Xiang pretended not to know. Tian Shao Thunder King had asked her not to spread the news, but she still chose to tell Shen Xiang. The main reason was that she felt that Shen Xiang's perception was extremely high and his talent was extremely high. He might even know more about the 6 Dao cultivation laws than she did. Yu Zillion then told Shen Xiang everything she knew about the 6 Paths cultivation law. Shen Xiang, the pill you refined with the red and blue mutant fruit is not the Heavenly Nightmare 9 revolving origin pill. It was a completely new type of pill. Since you have the ability to create new pills, then you might have a great understanding of the 6 paths of cultivation law. Zillion said, Oh right, Sister Zillion, that pill hasn't been named yet. Shen Xiang giggled. Since Sister Zillion taught me to refine it, then it's called the Heavenly Nightmare Purple Lotus Pill. This. Yu Zillion was startled, looking very surprised. Sister Zillion, will this expose your name? Shen Xiang saw Yu Zillion's seal, scratched his head, and laughed. I'm sorry, I didn't consider that. No, it's fine, Yu Zillion said with emotion. You used my name to name it. This is a great honor for me. Why do you say that? Shen Xiang didn't think much of it. In the Heavenly Nightmare universe, when an alchemist creates an unprecedented pill, they will use their own name. They will name it after themselves. This way, their name will be passed down through the ages, and they will be able to shake the world. Yu Zillion said. So that's how it is. I don't think it's a big deal. Shen Xiang waved his hand and laughed. I have created many pills. I have never named them after myself. Oh right, Shen Xiang, what do you think of the 6 paths cultivation law that I mentioned? Yu Zillion asked. About this, I don't know yet because I haven't come into contact with the 6 paths cultivation law. How about this? I'll go into seclusion right now and see if I can gain any insights. Shen Xiang said. All right, Xian Ro should be here soon. I'll talk to her in secret later. Yu Zillion nodded and then pointed to a secret room for Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang immediately went in and took out the communication talisman. Xian Ro sent a message to him. Little brother Shin, why is Sister Zillion looking for me? Did you get what you wanted? But isn't this too fast? Sister Xian Ro, I didn't get that pill. However, your sister Zillion probably won't commit suicide. Shen Xiang chuckled and said, She is indeed looking for you for something very important. Tell me about it. Xian Ro said excitedly, Sister Zillion really doesn't plan on fighting with her enemy? That's great. Sister Xian Ro, you are Sister Zillion's clone. However, you have your own independent personality. Shen Xiang said, The reason she's looking for you right now is to tell you about this matter. I was the one who told her to find you and explain it to you. This way, she won't have to avoid you in the future, and she can even treat you as a sister." Huh. Xian Ro was shocked. Chapter 4401. Xian Ro was shocked when she heard this, because this was also something that Xinxiang did not tell her. Therefore, she was also puzzled as to when she became Yi Zilian's clone. "So that's how it is. I thought that I became your clone when Sister Zilian treated my soul." Xian Ro sighed and said, "I didn't expect that I would be your clone from the moment I was born. Looks like you've noticed it too. As expected of my sister." Yi Zilian smiled lightly. Xian Ro had never seen her smile before. Although she was smiling at someone who looked exactly like her, Xian Ro was stunned. After all, Yi Zilian had the same appearance as her, but their temperaments were completely different. "Sister?" Xian Ro was somewhat absent-minded as she muttered these two words. "You're not my clone, you're my sister." Yi Zilian stretched out her hand and caressed Xian Ro's face. "Sister Zilian, I'm too weak right now. I want to become stronger. I want to avenge our parents." Xian Ro mustered up her courage and said, "The reason why Yi Zilian wanted to eat that pill and find the enemies of the Life Spirit 6 clans to perish together was mainly to avenge her parents. Sister, the burden of revenge is too heavy. I can bear it alone. You live well." As Yi Zilian spoke, her eyes suddenly dimmed. It was also at this moment that Xian Ro could feel Yi Zilian's determination. Yi Zilian still did not give up on the idea of perishing together. After all, Xian Ro was Yi Zilian's clone, so she could feel Yi Zilian's obsession. Why do you have to use that method?" Xian Ro cried as she threw herself into Yi Zilian's embrace and sobbed. "Sister, you're really a very gentle person. I never thought that I would have such a side to me. So, you shouldn't be me, you can't be me." Yi Zilian also became very gentle at this moment. "Sister, I can also become stronger. Wait for me to become stronger. I'll take revenge with you." Xian Ro leaned on Yi Zilian's chest and sobbed. "Sister, Xinxiang is a very outstanding alchemist. With her help, you will definitely become stronger." Zilian said softly, "He is a person worth entrusting your life to. You should cherish him. Don't be lonely like me." Although Xinxiang was in seclusion, comprehending the 6 paths of cultivation nomological laws, he could still hear the voices outside. He really did not expect that Yi Zilian had not given up on that idea. "Elder sister, I only want you. I want to be with you." At this moment, Xian Ro was like a child, crying sadly. "Sister, the person who killed our parents. He is also in the sacred domain of the proud world universe." Yi Zilian said, "If I don't kill him, he will come and kill me. He won't let you go either, because he can sense my soul. You have my soul in your body. He will find you sooner or later." When Xian Ro heard this, she cried even more sadly. The reason why Yi Zilian wanted to perish together with her enemy was to protect her. She didn't want her to be killed by her enemy. Xinxiang suddenly felt that the person who killed Yi Zilian's parents must be a psychopath. After so many years, he still wanted to kill Yi Zilian. He must be killing people for fun. One of us must survive. It's right for you to cultivate so many clones over the years, Yi Zilian said. This way, if we leave behind a seed and hope, there will be hope for revenge. Elder sister, are you going to die for nothing? Are you not confident in saying all this? Xian Ro hugged Yi Zilian tightly. Xian Ro cried, "We have to try. We can't wait any longer." Yi Zilian sighed. "Sister, I will leave the Purple Lotus altar for a period of time. In the future, the Purple Lotus altar will be yours. With Xinxiang's help, you should be able to become king very soon. You will be the new Dan King Tian Ho." "No, elder sister, don't go," Xian Ro shouted. Just as Yi Zilian was about to push Xian Ro away, Xinxiang opened the door to the secret room and shouted, "Sister Zillion, I've touched the 6 paths of cultivation, nomological laws. I've made a very important discovery." Yu Zillion was slightly shocked and did not push Xanro away. "You sisters recognize each other. You should be happy." Xinxiang laughed. "Sister Xanro, you are also very beautiful when you cry." Xanro wiped her tears and shouted, "Little brother Xin, elder sister is going to die. Quickly think of a way." "Ah, what's going on?" Xinxiang pretended not to know anything. "Xinxiang, tell me about your comprehension of the 6 paths of cultivation, nomological laws." Yu Zillion asked, "Sister Zillion, the heavenly nightmare purple lotus pill I refined before was mainly filled with the power of Yao Dao. It's called Yao Yuan power." Xinxiang said, "The heavenly nightmare power contains a portion of heavenly Dao's heavenly Yuan power." After that, Xinxiang said a lot. He even said that he could sense more Yuan power. Chapter 4402. Xinxiang's refining of the purple lotus pill was still very fast. If all of Xanro's clones could eat this pill, even if only a few of them could awaken the heavenly Dao seed, it would still be a profit. When Zillion and Xanro heard Xinxiang's words, they were secretly moved. However, they all believed that if they let Xinxiang refine so many purple lotus pills, it would cause some damage to Xinxiang. In their opinion, for such a powerful pill like the purple lotus pill, if they were to continuously refine it, it would be somewhat unbearable. "Sister Xanro, quickly eat this heavenly nightmare purple lotus pill. Try and see if you can awaken the spirit demon Dao seed." Xinxiang passed the purple lotus pill in his hand to Xanro. He originally wanted to eat it to test the effects, but since things had developed to this point, he let Xanro eat it first. If Xanro could really obtain the spirit demon Dao seed, then it meant that she could also cultivate the demon soul Dao in the future. Her clone also had a high chance of obtaining the spirit demon Dao seed. As long as she could become stronger, then Zillion would see the hope of successfully taking revenge. He would not think of perishing together with his enemy. "Thank you, little brother Shen." Xanro received it and nodded. "Sister Zillion, watch from the side. I'll go refine pills first." Xinxiang laughed. "I also want to try the purple lotus pill." "Thank you, Xinxiang." Zillion was truly grateful to Xinxiang now. Xinxiang was indeed in a hurry to refine the purple lotus pill because he was going to use the world-defying God furnace to refine it. The pills refined by the world-defying God furnace all had a pill spirit that could increase one's elemental energy. After Xinxiang entered the secret room, he began to refine the purple lotus pill. He still had to use 2 sets of ingredients to refine it, so that the quality would be even higher. His current demonic cultivation was only at the 5th step. He wanted to quickly raise it to the 10th step and see what kind of effect it would have. Xanro was in Zillion's room as she ate the purple lotus pill that Xinxiang gave her. Then she closed her eyes and began to refine the pill. Xue Zillion, on the other hand, narrated her experience of consuming the pill, as well as her experience of comprehending the 6 Tao laws. "Sister, I can actually share my memories with you," Yu Zillion suddenly said. "Our souls will fuse with each other. This way, you will be able to immediately obtain many of my cultivation experiences. It will be of great help to you. But if you do that, I'm worried that you'll lose your personality." Zillion added, "Big sister, I want to be myself. If we have to fuse, I'm willing to do so. Is that okay?" Xanro said in a low voice, "Of course, if you need me, I can immediately fuse with your soul." "Don't worry, I'm just saying it casually. I just hope that you can quickly obtain everything I have, including my alchemy skills." Zillion gently caressed Xanro's face and gently smiled. "That's true. You have your own path to walk. Maybe you'll be stronger than me in the future." Xanro more or less wanted to fuse with her soul. However, if she did that, all of her memories and thoughts would be known by Zillion. She had previously promised Xinxiang that she would not tell anyone about the Six Paths life spirit. If she fused with Zillion's soul, then Zillion would know everything about Xinxiang. Therefore, before she obtained Xinxiang's permission, she could not fuse with Zillion's soul. "Little sister, Xinxiang is so good. How should we thank him?" Zillion asked. "He's a little scoundrel." Ro laughed. "He was the one who told me that he had a lot of women by his side." "Ah, I had hoped that you would be together with him, but I didn't expect. His alchemy skills are so good. He should be quite famous in the world-defying stage universe. It's normal for him to be a romantic." Zillion sighed softly. "Elder sister, rumor has it that you have a pill. After eating it, you can become very strong." Ro asked, "Is there really such a pill? And after you eat it, you can also increase your strength, and then you can find your enemy and perish together, right?" "That pill is very scary. After I eat it, I can indeed become very strong. But you will also have to pay a high price." Zillion said, "There are two ways to eat that pellet. One is to allow one to erupt with a lot of power in a short period of time, and the second is to slowly refine it after eating it, allowing one to become very strong. Did you refine that pill?" Ro asked. "This pill sounds very powerful." "I didn't make it." Zillion shook her head and said, "Actually, this was refined by an alchemist from the Tianao orc tribe. She's an old woman." "Ah." Ro was shocked. "Could it be that she wants to harm you?" "Of course not. She wanted me to eat that pill and cultivate. But I want to eat it and take revenge on those guys." Zillion said, "After that old granny found out, she leaked this matter. She probably hoped that you guys would stop me." "Elder sister, what is our relationship with the Tianao orcs? Why did she give you that pill?" Ro said with a confused expression. Chapter 4403. Xinxiang is very curious about the Six Paths revealing heavenly plate. How is it made, and how difficult is it to refine? He was also listening attentively to see how strong Emperor Shao was. After all, Emperor Shao was one of the strongest in the heavenly nightmare universe. His strength was definitely stronger than Tian Shao Lei Wang and Yan Zillion. Although their powers were greatly restricted in the sacred region, their cultivation of the Six Paths of Reincarnation should not have been reduced. Emperor Zhao's soul Dao and endowment Dao have both reached level 30. His heaven Dao cultivation is level 15. Tian Shao Lei Wang said, "Heaven Dao cultivation is very difficult to improve. The main power comes from the Heaven Dao." Xinxiang did not know about this. His Heaven Dao cultivation was still very low. Xinxiang was not too surprised to know that Emperor Shao had Six Paths cultivation. After all, someone like Emperor Shao who had lived for so many years, his cultivation could not be low. "Why is it so difficult to cultivate the Heaven Dao?" Yan Zillion asked. "What does the Heaven Dao cultivation have to do with it?" According to Emperor Shao, Heaven Dao and Demon Dao are the most difficult to cultivate. Alchemy Dao is different. Demon Dao and Heaven Dao mainly affect the strength of our body. Tian Shao Lei Wang said, "For example, my lightning power comes from the Heaven Dao." "I see." Yan Zillion nodded, because this was similar to what Xinxiang said. Xinxiang had said before that using the flames released by Heaven Dao and Demon Dao to make pills would be very effective. "Elixir King, your Demon Dao cultivation is so high, I don't know what caused it. The power of Demon Dao is very strange. I hope you can study it carefully." Tian Shao Lei Wang said. "I know." Yan Zillion said, "This six-path sky revealing plate is for you. You can keep it by your side and check your Six Paths cultivation at any time." Tian Shao Lei Wang said, "If Emperor Shao has any important discoveries, I will tell you again. Goodbye." Tian Shao Lei Wang said and left. Xue Zillion really wanted to let Xinxiang try out the Six Paths Heaven revealing plate and see how Xin Xiang's 6 paths cultivation was like. Xin Xiang did not want to try, because this would expose his situation. He looked like a youth now, but his 2 Daos of soul endowment were already comparable to a zillion, not to mention that his Dao of alchemy had reached the 17th level. Other than that, he had a complete set of 6 Daos. Although the Heaven Dao, Fate Dao, and Monster Dao were still very low, it was still very shocking. The reason why the Heavenly Dao is so hard to improve is probably because I don't have the Heavenly Dao seed. Xin Xiang was secretly delighted. That's great. The Heavenly Dao seed is pretty useful. He should be able to raise his Heavenly Dao cultivation very quickly after seeing me. Zillion had suffered a huge blow today. She needed some peace and quiet to digest the news. She returned to her room and took out a box. This was the pill that she had painstakingly refined. She did not intend to eat it and perish together with her enemy. She sat in the hall and waited for Xin Xiang and Xan to come out. Xan had eaten the Heavenly Nightmare Purple Lotus pill that Shen Xiang had given her and was currently refining it in her room. As for Shen Xiang, he pretended to be resting, but in reality he was going to refine pills. He used the world-defying God furnace to refine the Heavenly Nightmare Purple Lotus pill, and he would be able to refine one very quickly. The main purpose of the Heavenly Nightmare Purple Lotus pill is to raise the Demon Dao. Although there are other types of elemental energy, compared to the demon elemental energy, they are just icing on the cake. After Xin Xiang refined it, he immediately ate it. The pellet he refined was refined using 2 sets of medicinal ingredients. Through the world-defying God furnace, it was refined into 1 pellet, and the quality was extremely high. Therefore, after eating it, the effects were very obvious. In just a short moment, Shen Xiang could feel the demon elemental energy filling his entire body, and the cultivation of the demon soul Dao was also increasing. 6th stage of the demon Dao. 7th stage of the demon Dao. 8th stage of the demon Dao. Chapter 4404. Hearing the urgent news from Granny Linglong. Shen Xiang immediately thought of many things. The 12 life soul elemental pearls were in the hands of the 12 life soul elemental clan experts. Once they were near Granny Linglong, she would be able to sense it. Although Granny Linglong could sense it now, it did not mean that one of the 6 life soul elemental clan experts was nearby. Maybe that expert gave the life soul elemental pearl to someone else? But no matter what, after coming to the sacred region, one's strength would not be so strong that he could not fight back. Sister Zillion said before that the 6 life soul elemental clan experts who killed her parents would definitely come to the sacred region to seek revenge. Now that one of the 6 life soul elemental clan experts has appeared near the purple lotus altar with one of the 12 life soul elemental pearls, Shen Xiang immediately clenched his fist. This 6 life soul elemental clan expert could very well be the one who killed Zillion's parents. What Shen Xiang could not understand was why the 6 life soul elemental clan expert would be so obsessed with Zillion. Why did he not kill Zillion back then? Why did he wait until now? Could it be that Zillion was hiding some secret? Also, why did this 6 life soul elemental clan expert know that Zillion's purple lotus altar was here? Xin Xiang told Granny Linglong his thoughts. Little Master, your sister Zillion should have something important that made the 6 life soul elemental clan experts wait for so many years. Granny Linglong said, the 6 life soul elemental clan experts might have killed her parents for some reason, but this kind of secret is not good to ask. Granny Linglong, with my current strength, can I deal with that 6 life soul elemental clan expert? Shan Xiang asked. Sister Zillion is not here. If she comes back, will she be in danger? Xin Xiang was a little worried that the 6 life soul elemental clan expert had some kind of technique that could restrain Zillion, preventing her from using her powers. Therefore, he wanted to kill that 6 life soul elemental clan expert before Zillion returned. I don't know either. If that guy comes to the sacred region, he will definitely be suppressed by the universal laws of the sacred region. This means that he is not at his peak strength, but you know that the laws of the sacred region only restrict a part of his strength. For example, in terms of the soul, there aren't many restrictions. Granny Linglong said, "All right, I'll wait here patiently." Shen Xiang was still cautious. He would wait for Zillian and Xianro to return first. If he couldn't beat the other party and got injured or exposed a lot of things, it wouldn't be worth it. If it was just an ordinary member of the 6 clans with life souls, it would have been fine. However, the other party was someone who possessed a life soul origin pearl. According to Granny Linglong, the life spirit elemental beads were one of the cores of her great life spirit. There were a total of 12 of them, and all of them were extremely important. Although the other great universe life souls also had life soul essence beads, they were very small. Furthermore, in most cases, once the great life spirit encountered an accident, the life spirit orb would explode into energy or something. However, Granny Linglong's life spirit origin bead was very special. Not only did it not self-destruct, it was also preserved very well. Hence, it was divided among the 12 experts of the life spirit origin bead. Little master, if you really want to fight with that guy, you have to first isolate his soul. Granny Linglong said, for someone of this level, he definitely has other doppelgangers. This means that he can immediately send out information about the situation he is facing. Hence, we have to isolate his soul. Why? Shinxiang asked. Because when the time comes, he will definitely be able to sense me. That guy has a life soul origin pearl and can release a very strong power. Only I can take away that life soul origin pearl, so I will definitely be exposed. When the time comes, I will definitely be exposed. Granny Linglong said, once I am exposed, it will be troublesome. Could it be that they are very afraid of you? Shinxiang asked. The power of the 12 life soul origin pearls has not been fully unleashed. They can only unleash about 10% of their power. However, if they can catch me, they can unleash even more power. Granny Linglong said, they haven't come looking for me for so many years. They probably think that I'm finished. Before I make a move on him, I will definitely prevent him from transmitting the information. Shanxiang said, the 6 realms divine mirrors can easily do it. Sister Mirror is now a 6 Dao life spirit, so it can be considered a small life spirit. This kind of thing is not difficult for her. Granny Linglong was also very excited because the life soul origin pearl that she had been separated from for a long time was finally close to her. The life soul origin pearl had deep feelings for her. It was like a part of her, equivalent to her family. If she could take it back, she might be able to become a great life spirit again. Shen Xiang was also secretly excited. If the world-defying stage divine furnace could fuse with a life soul origin pearl, who knows how much stronger it would be? Sister Shinro, when are you coming to the purple lotus altar? Shinxiang asked. Chapter 4405. Sister Zillian, don't worry. I can't run out either. Shinxiang said, you must be careful when you come. Don't be ambushed by that guy. It might not be just him. There might be many others. I got it, Zillian said. After that, she and Shinro immediately began to move. Shinxiang stayed in the purple lotus altar. He could not sit still. He wanted to go out and investigate, but he was also worried that he would be killed by the other party. After all, the other party was an expert from the 6 clans of life spirit. Perhaps they were one of the people who had participated in sealing him. He suddenly thought of the demon shadow divine soul. The demon shadow divine soul had been floating outside the purple lotus altar the entire time. Shinxiang immediately went to sense the demon shadow divine soul. Sometimes the demon shadow divine soul would also enter the 6 realms mirrors to cultivate, especially now. Shinxiang's world defying God furnace had fused with the heavenly nightmare life spirit, and with the addition of Granny Linglong, The demon shadow divine soul could also cultivate and become stronger after entering the divine furnace. During this period of time, Shin Xiang would occasionally use the world-defying God furnace to refine the demon shadow divine soul, which could help him strengthen a lot. Demon shadow, my consciousness is going to attach to your body, Shin Xiang said. We've tried it before. Now that you've become so much stronger, it should be even smoother, not as intermittent as before. Shen Xiang closed his eyes and communicated with the demon shadow divine soul outside the altar. I'll seal myself now and let young Master Shen take over my shadow soul. The demon shadow divine soul immediately began. In just an instant, Shen Xiang's consciousness took over the demon shadow divine soul. He could feel himself floating in the air and flying at a very fast speed. In the sky above the purple lotus altar, there were 6 people. They were all riding on a golden flying horse. The flying horse was black, and its body was covered with black scales. It had a pair of black horns on its head, and its wings were like that of a bat. Shen Xiang, who was leaning over the shadow soul, carefully floated over. What surprised him was that the demon shadow divine soul's concealment ability was actually so strong that it was not sensed. Finally, he saw the 6 people. 5 of them were bald. As for the tallest middle-aged man, his long hair fluttered in the wind. Upon seeing the bald head, Shin Xiang immediately thought of the Kuan race. As for the leader, he looked like a middle-aged man with hair. Maybe he was the hair growth pill that Guanyin had given him back then, and let him eat it to grow his hair. The Kuan race is also one of the 6 races of life spirit. Could the person who killed Sister Zillian's parents be from the Kuan race? Shan Xiang did not come personally, so he did not know the strength of the 6 people. Elder Guan, according to our intelligence, this altar is that little girl's altar. A bald old man said respectfully to the long-haired middle-aged man, but there doesn't seem to be anyone inside. We've used our tools to check, but there's no one here. Another bald old man said. Shin Xiang was inside. As he had 6 life souls, he could hide very well, so he wasn't detected by the other party's artifact. That little girl is all grown up now. She's still Elixir King Tianho. It's time to pluck her. The middle-aged man smiled coldly. I've left a deep grudge against her. The deeper the grudge, the more I'll enjoy plucking her, and the more I'll be able to merge with her. Elder Guan, you've placed a vengeful soul curse on her. She doesn't know about it, right? The bald old man laughed. Elder Guan, you're really farsighted. You've set this up so early. The vengeful soul curse has caused me quite a bit of damage. If I can't pluck her within a certain period of time, I'll be devoured by the curse. Elder Guan sneered, but that's impossible. Plucking a little girl like her is as easy as flipping my hand. Shin Xiang was shocked when he heard that. They had placed a vengeful soul curse on Zillian a long time ago. Shin Xiang immediately used his own body and took out the communication symbol to contact Guanyin. That Elder Guan was obviously from Guanying's family. Ying, have you heard of the vengeful soul curse? Shan Xiang did not say where he had heard it from. He quickly said, Don't ask too many questions. Just tell me everything you know. Young Master Shin, the vengeful soul curse is one of our family's forbidden curses. Guanyin said, Before you place a curse on someone, you must plant a seed of hatred in the soul of the person you've placed the curse on. Usually, you'll do it in front of the person you've placed the curse on.